Welcome, champions. Sorry, I was stretching right when I said that. Oh, how is everyone doing today? Man. What's up, Ovium, Zadraxis, Caius, El Jefe, and how are you doing drunk? Glad you can make it. Now that my mic's pulled out and I'm talking to no one, the cat's probably gonna run away, so. Yeah. Let's see here. All right. Well, for those who didn't know, we'll reiterate, we got affiliate, so there is that sub button. There is the opportunity to sub to me, and with your, Amazon Prime sub, but more to the point, I've added some emotes now. I'll go ahead and just light them up. We have our previous Zorbupog, my cat, Artemis smiling, a potion I made in GIMP to represent the respecialization potion. We got Kane's thighs approved. There are the follower emotes in chat. As long as you follow, you can use those in my chat. If you sub, you can use my follower emotes in others' chats. But as far as sub emotes, we only have my stupid face. And that's what we got to work with for now. I do have to figure out a few more sub emotes, though. But we'll get to those when I can get to them. The follower emotes were more important to me to get out there first. I think those 5 for my 5 slots are good options for follower emotes. But yeah, I wasn't sure if they were going to approve Kane's thighs. Kai's? Whew. But they did. And now my cat's meowing at me because she hates it when I talk. Shouldn't you have 12 slots? No. Affiliate starts out with 5 follower, 5 sub. And then you can also do a tier 2 emote and a tier 3 emote as well. So technically speaking, but yeah, no, I have 4 more sub slots, and if I want to do higher tier ones, I can do those as well. At this point, I just don't even know what I want to make sub emotes. I'll have to think it through. But the respec potion will see use. Kane's thighs will see use. Every time you see this girl, I expect to see my cat spammed. So let's see some cat emotes. There it is. Let's see. Let's just default to a very simple background sound that seems inoffensive to most people. Not everyone likes some of my picks, but this one's pretty simple. If you need it up or down, let me know. I just need something for my own sanity. What is the cloud's name? Her name is Lily. No, you refuse. Oh, you're allergic to cats. Hey, this cat is worth emoting for. You're not allergic to an emote. Come on now. She's got to do her ceremonial dumping before she probably goes and hides under my bed since I'm yelling at no one. Well, today we will be going over Seed 9, and it's going to be an interesting one, but which one isn't? She wants you to sneeze to death so she can eat your face. I mean, isn't that just life? Ugh. All right, let's hop on over to the game. Whoop. There we go. New Vecna campaign hype. That's right. They are gonna. Was that this next Wednesday, right? Hard to argue against that, Largic, man. Woof, woof. It's gonna be another one of those days, but you know that's kind of standard. I don't really get normal days. I was gonna look up and see what the info on the new campaign was, if there was anything interesting to cover or not. Oh, right, it's the emergence. That's right. We could take a brief look at it. Hello, hello, Kratos. How you doing? More coffee? Oh, I got coffee on standby. You saw it's going to be slowed down as much as wheel. Scaling blessing? Yeah, I haven't actually looked at it yet. So we got the Vecna Emergence. They've slowed down the new content to a crawl with these month-long events. Yeah, it's, we'll see how they pick it up as time goes on. I think they needed to kind of, slow down and recalibrate. No, she's not hiding. She's just, hollering at me. Mm-hmm. What? What? Oh. Seems 2 content drops a month. You think the content drops are only 1 less overall year on year compared to the old way? I mean, it depends on if we're considering seasons, right? Because I think seasons were a big content dump to the game that we just don't even have anymore. I do hope we get them back, but... oh, man. She's just going. Anyway, let's see here. You just want new campaign and variants more often. You're fine with no seasons. Never a huge fan. I like seasons, but everyone has their own taste. Yeah, as far as the new news, is it... all I'm seeing is the emergence, unless I'm missing something. Unless they just haven't posted it on their site yet. A Vecna blog about the campaign. Okay. So, okay. Yeah, but as far as what we do know is coming is, the next emergence on May 22nd, running until May 31st. I see. Yeah, I often miss, drops like that, as far as, anything outside. I mean, I'll look up, you know, emote spoilers, but... when? So yeah, that's the next emergence will be next Wednesday. Okay. Oh, is it? Okay. Probably isn't really too much to go over there, but we'll probably talk about it when it actually drops. You like the season replacement as you're still trying to corral more champions? Seasons gave you more champions too, though. Your easier access to some of the options. And I still don't think Events 2.0 is meant to be a seasonal replacement necessarily, but I don't mind Events 2.0. But it is less champions overall throughout the year, is the thing. But I do think I do think Events 2.0 is a good foundation for the future, as long as they do hit their stride and reintroduce more potential content. Events are pretty good for gearing up now that you don't have to spend ages farming to get the chests. Yeah. 3k item levels on 6 champions every month. You're fine with seasons coming back, but doing them back-to-back was too much. I do think they started releasing them a little too close together, which I didn't necessarily mind, but I understand the desire for them to be spread apart more. Well, anyway, what we are here for is Seat 9. Let's see. We've got Makos, Drizzt, Morgaen, Birdsong, Jaheira, Shaka, Brother Uriah, Aila, Lazaapz, Nordom, and Diana. How you doing, Arcus? Yassini lost a ton of income with Seasons. That doesn't necessarily surprise me, because I've always been a defender of Seasons and the price point of the Season Pass, comparatively to the rest of the game's cost. I think a lot more people were willing to buy the Season Pass for the theme, for the content. Just, in general, I think it was a positive thing for the game overall, both for their profits and for the player reward. But, I think they'll probably eventually bring them back, but I don't know. People didn't buy anything else, though. See, but in my opinion, that's because other stuff wasn't worth the price most of the time. I don't think it was too good, Kais. I think that's exactly what they needed to hit. Because I do think they overvalue a lot of things in this game. But that's coming from a poor boy, so... You wonder what their long game is after shutting down their other game? I mean, hopefully it's to double down and get everything up and running with this game, right? Maybe they're working on something else, I don't know. I have no insider info whatsoever. But I think, but also they couldn't keep up. Oh no, I think they should have spread them apart a bit more to make sure they could, you know, fully work and flesh out the seasons. I don't think they needed to back-to-back them the way they did with 6 and 7 and then leave 7 hanging. But, yeah. Even if we got, what, say 4 seasons a year, I think that still would be viable for all parties considered. But I don't know. 4 seasons a year was good, yeah. Seems to have a pretty dedicated player base for IC. Yeah, no, they pull some good numbers. That's what they started with, and they were going broke. I don't know if that's true. I'd have to actually hear from them that. But if they're losing from completely abandoning seasons, that's not exactly the greatest either. Anyway. A lot of people hated that I actually liked seasons. They lost players at the end of the season. It'll be interesting to see where they go, either way. I'm not in there, you like seasons, guys? Yeah. I think a majority of the players at least liked seasons existing. You didn't like the last couple were phoned in? Yeah, 7 was rough. It's just a fact. But yeah, no, the concept, like, I always go back to, I understand, you know, the concept of Battle Pass is bad in most people's eyes, but the seasons, I think, rode that line, where the cost was good for those who wanted to invest. You still got rewarded, even if you didn't. Certain things maybe shouldn't have been locked, you know, like the initial Modron core, but, not semantics, but, yeah. I mean, they worked things out as they went. I think they did hit a good stride for seasons for a little bit. And I hope it comes back. I don't hate Events 2.0 though. You don't have anything to do except new content, so you even liked the dailies. Yeah. A lot of people did not like that I don't hate the dailies either. Growing stagnant, I guess. I haven't checked. Yeah, I don't know. My cat is still just I'm kind of waiting to see where she's gonna go, because she's just... Meow, 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 meow. But, yeah, so, Seat 9, we'll start with the core champion and take recommendations as we go, as per usual. Makos. Oh, Makos. About as standard as they come. So yeah, we'll go ahead and She's trying to talk back to you since you were just talking to yourself. That's probably... She's telling me to quit being insane. Great, just in time. How you doing, Zycrin? Zacrin? I feel like I'm close, but not quite there with you. Garbos. How you doing, Strider? Yeah, Makos is kind of funny because early on he was useful for a lot of stuff, and he's still useful for some scenarios. But he's definitely been phased out even for those who like him in a lot of cases. First time had it right. Grateful for the weekend? Yeah. So Zycrin then. Okay. E10 buff as dumpster tier. It's true. There are other uses for Makos though. Like we somewhat considered with Jarlaxle, Makos is incredibly important for Trials of Mount Tiamat, and that at least one person in your 5-man team is probably going to lock out Makos. Because he offers the increase to scales, and as a core champion is likely going... Someone in your group is going to have him high enough that it's going to be worth locking him over anyone else that offers that. So if nothing else, he'll always have a persistent use in that. But that's not necessarily... Whether that should affect rank, I'm still iffy on that, because it is definitely useful. But in that scenario, there's just someone locking him out. But let's go ahead and go over his kit. First potion of the day, spam that new potion emote. Because Makos entirely revolves around his specialization choice. Thank you for the follow, Aggie Jess? Am I getting that right? Aggie Jess. Not important for ranks, that'll happen either way. Yeah. And when they remove that in Trials 3.0, well, we'll see if that ever happens. I am going to preemptively take this off, though, so I don't run into that snafu. Hey, I need to see a potion emote, though. Come on now. Don't make me do it myself. There we go. So, with Makos, you will choose one of his two options. One either makes him a damage dealer and a gold find champion, and one makes him a buffer. Makos deals more damage. When Makos lands the killing blow on an enemy, they drop more gold. He can be used in a gold farm, generally going to be outperformed by others. And that damage bonus isn't huge. It'll scale up to that E10 we saw before with Dark Blessing. So you're just choosing to either give him the buff, or increase the damage of all champions not adjacent to him. Generally speaking, you'll take Dark Blessing. Rarely will he be your focused damage dealer. But there are opportunities to use his gold find. But as you can see, Dark Blessing at my 3.3, well, where is Dark Luck and Dark Blessing? There we go. At my 3.274, 30k item levels, that's only getting to a, basically an E11 buff. What do you consider endgame in this? Trials Unlocked Area 2000 ability? I mean, that's definitely up in the air, right? End game? You know, I would say Area 2000, but like the mid-end game is kind of one of the more important stages of the game. But yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting to bracket that all off. Early game, mid game, late game, and everything in between. But for a core champion, he's not the worst, but he's not good. He's easy to slot. You just need him not adjacent. So as long as he's not touching your DPS, he's offering the buff. He's not terrible for the likes of Warduke, in that he can just be adjacent to Warduke then, and he's evil, as many people lean evil. He's going to be outclassed though, and he works for Krond. He can work for Artemis as well, as he is tagged as a DPS, and he has a positional. But it's not the easiest to get on everyone in that scenario, and again, he just gets outclassed. He is... If the average line was right here, he's just below average. But endgame is clearing 1600 with only 6 champions. Midgame really is unlocking trials and working toward 2k in your opinion. Endgame is 2k. Yeah. Well, if I see the kitty emote, we gotta take a look at what she's doing. I'm surprised she hasn't hidden yet. There she is. Kitty. In evidence. But yeah, I could see that being considered the mid-game for sure, is pushing the trials. Makos is decent early on and relatively easy to position, but you feel like the trials slotting is his primary use currently. Still niche, useful elsewhere, yeah. But yeah, there's not much to go over his kit, because that's really it. If there were ever something to be buffed, and they're probably never going to because he's a core champion, it would be draw power, where increase the effect of Dark Blessing by 100% if Makos is not on the edge of the formation. So, keep him in the middle, it boosts it a bit. But if he wanted to be competitive in any way, he would just need a boost to Dark Blessing, which he just can't really scale it well. And it's probably never going to happen. But, yeah. His availability, however, as we've established with other tieflings, isn't too bad. We'll take a look at that. That's the wrong button. I never know if you guys can hear my cat hooting or not. It's so funny to me that she's just clamoring, though. He is evil, so he's available for Mert. He does have 14 con, and is available then for Vajra. Has no ability score feats, keep that in mind. He does have the 14 intelligence, meets the 13 threshold for Strahd. Naturally has the strength and charisma for Zariel, and he does have 75 TOT. If that matters, if you're running a 78 or lower, though he shares a seat with a currently important 78 or lower champion, who we'll get to. But as a core champion, he is not available for Elminster. But he does suffer from 2-day lockouts, day 1 trial, Tiamat availabilities via his dexterity and his wisdom. Boom, boom. So he does have 2 trials lockouts. That is a little... I thought it was only 1, actually. I forgot it was 2. But 4 out of the 5 patrons. So not terrible, not the best. Make draw power. What do you mean priest at base? What? But I see the number of... Yeah, if it was like priest-stack for everyone Makos was adjacent to, that would definitely change things. But again, as a core champion, we're probably not going to see that. But you could fix him so easy without going too hard by giving him like a 100% per evil champion to Dark Blessing with no item to scale. There's plenty of ways you could do it. He sneaks into an occasional formation. If you're running Tiefling, if you're super restricted on your Artemis run, potentially in a Krond, potentially in a Warduke. He's not a wasted slot, but he's not good. His buffing is below average. Now, previously, we had the old Makos sitting a little high, because back then we didn't quite have some of the heavy swingers, and a lot of people were still Makos stands. So he's definitely gonna take a tumble, but let's take a look at where he was. At the very end, basically meant to represent a flat B. By today's standards, he's not gonna reach that at all. But he did have decent availability. He had some synergies with some formations at the time. So, let's take a look at the current list. Well, the current reworked list. He could kind of live around Brunner, maybe. Brunner has a way to scale. That's the thing, is they actually did change that core champion up a bit. So So yeah, we have the waiting room tier now. Compiled the E and F together. Yeah, I definitely see... Because Bruner, I mean, I got my Bruner up to like a E20 in his specific niched formation. But even with just a few mithril stackers, he can scale okay. Not amazingly, but okay. Whereas Makos just really doesn't have that option. It is always useful to lock out in your trials. His numbers are trash no matter what you do. Maybe his gold find might keep him out of D, but not even. I think he might keep out of D just because he does have a place, potentially, not as a dedicated member, but he fits a lot of formations. For early on, he's a good potpourri for Ashara. He's evil, so he works with Krond. He has a positional to work with Warduke. He's a DPS, positional for Artemis. He can be an early champion to squeeze into many formations. Is he going to excel? Is he going to be one you hard focus? No. But he's one that might see use. And I think that's enough to keep him out of D. But as far as where he goes from there... Meow. C- is he can work with Artie and Ash early on, yeah. Makos has gold, has the trials thing, is a DPS support, has pretty wide-ranging positional. Yeah, it's just his numbers. If his numbers got looked at, he would actually be a far more interesting champion to actually consider. But his numbers are poop. Poop, poop, poop. Big old dookie. I mean, I do kind of see him hanging out with the other C- core champions, potentially. Somewhere in the Calliope Naeli range. I mean, it makes sense a lot of the core champions would be hanging out together. What's everyone thinking about that placement right there? How you doing, Lazy Cat? For you, the early game is when Divine Favor and unlocking champions is the easiest way to increase account power. Late game is when legendaries and supercharging Modron cores is the easiest form of account power. If you have lots of options for account power, you are in the mid game. Cat, you gotta chill. You gotta chill, girl. You think that is about where he belongs? I'm thinking maybe. Above Naeli, more utility in my view. You know what? Just so I can bring it up again. Maybe if they fix Naeli's glitch feat, she can climb back up. I think Naeli can provide better numbers, and is a tank, but Makos does have unique synergies early in the game that are pretty good. Makos isn't really anything super special. Personally, you think he's generally better than Bruner, but you don't need to fight about it. Again, Bruner actually has ways to scale his numbers to not be garbage, though. But he doesn't squeeze into as many formations, potentially, as Makos, for sure. Yeah, Bruner's buff can scale, but you need to put... I don't think Catti-Brie, Wolfgar, Puent, and Regis are garbage champions anymore. And they can be very useful for Icewind Dale runs, like Cynic said. So what you're saying is you shouldn't have spent the scales on Makos? I mean, it depends on what stage you are at the game, and there are always going to be reoccurring events where you can get those scales off of him, but I wouldn't recommend hard investing in Makos. But if you are early on and he's who you're using to fill a slot for the time being in a formation, he's not like... I wouldn't hard invest in him by any means. Bruner can get up to E22 if you stack a bunch of doors now. Yep. I do think Bruner has a place. It's rare, but his numbers for a core champion can get pretty good. Now again, yes, that does restrict him in who he's running with, but that formation also has a place via Wolfgar in Icewind Dale. But yeah, I do think Makos belongs about there. And all things considered, Brunner isn't that much higher. A lot of the core champions are kind of hanging out there. Well, let's see. We'll leave it there for now. Bruno has a place in your heart as the original one we get, yeah. So, the question is, who's next? Putting level 1 Legos on random champs isn't the worst idea, since you can strip them later and use them to fill your main champs for a little cheaper, yeah. Drizzt wouldn't be a terrible one to transition to, since we were talking about the companions, and he's the evergreen of that seat. Why not? So, then Laz, and we can go Lazaapz next. Next, the evergreen. You regularly put legendaries on Xander so you can level them up without using Corlin. Oh, I actually didn't even think of that. I didn't realize he didn't draw from that favor. Drizzt. Ever popular champion, never gonna be the best in this game. Not terrible though. So we'll just we'll go through his kit here. So, evergreen of the game, meaning you unlock him within playing the game, not through time gates or events. Never managed to get good numbers out of Drizzt, even with Companions of the Hall. He's a little better than he used to be ever since the Companions season, but he'll probably never be peak. So, first off, when he attacks an enemy, bleeding from his other... Let's see, maybe we should go over... Why is that not there? Let's see. Who can tell me how to pronounce this? This is one thing I've never known how to pronounce. Guinevere? What? Give me the phonetics there. Because that's one I just don't know. Anyway, Guinevere. Guinevere. That sounds right, yeah, but you think more Irish? I can't even attempt an Irish accent with a word I don't know. Drizzt should be on par with Artie. I mean, if we're talking hard lore, I guess, yeah. But, so yeah. When he attacks, he has a 25% chance to summon Guinevere to fight by his side for 30 seconds. Guinevere attacks twice and deals the same damage as Drizzt, and causes a 20-second bleed. So, we're going to remove some of these familiars so he can land his attacks. There be the big cat, causing his damage and causing a bleed on those it hits. So, when we're referring to Icing Death, that's the bleed we're talking about here. So when Drizzt attacks an enemy bleeding from with Icing Death, his attack, he does more damage, and his next base attack cooldown is reduced by 50%. With the double Y, Welsh. See, now you're just getting beyond my knowledge of that language. Yeah, you meant lore-wise? Yeah. But he is a dual wield, and he cycles through hitting with that Icing Death and Twinkle, and then Twin Scimitars, both of them. So Twinkle, when Drizzt attacks an enemy bleeding from Guinevere, with Twinkle he does AoE damage to nearby enemies, and the original target has a 50% chance to miss their attack. His name is Drizzt Do'Urden. That's Irish, no? Now we're just getting in the Irish versus Welsh debate. He's a drow, guys. There is no Welsh. There is no Irish. Come on. Yeah, so he cycles both attacks, then hits with both of them, dealing more damage, dealing AoE damage along the way. These numbers clearly aren't anything crazy. I just spilled coffee. That's amazing. I absolutely needed coffee on my calf. So, but yeah, so an E6 with Icing Death, nothing amazing there. But being a companion of the Hall, the formation does gain a Mithril Hall stack, and that will also increase Drizzt's damage for each Mithril Hall stack you have. He also has feats for an increase to the Mithril Hall stack contribution, so he himself can make it get up to 3, that netting him up to an E6. This will be a big way to scale his damage if you want to, slotting more companions of the Hall. Let's go ahead and do that just for the sake of it. Speaking of Bruner, here he be. The big dwarf himself. Regus. Cattle. I gotta fully level them. It's just something I have to do. Wolfgar, and I guess Puent, also offers Mithril stacks through his feats, so we'll do that. Oh, I should have... Oh, well, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Puent. If Guinevere was Scottish, you'd pronounce it Jennifer. Don't forget Strong, that's fair. The only thing with Strongheart is he doesn't contribute to the Mithril Hall stacks, so that's not as important to showcase his kit, but that does potentially offer you... It will matter for his specialization, which we'll get to. So, with all that considered, his damage buff is an E20. If we're considering all of the Mithril Hall stacks, which that isn't too bad for a self-DPS increase. But that is with King of the Hall and Bruner's. Yeah, this is with all of the feats as well. I'm making sure I have all of the feats. Oops, equipped. 2 feats on Regis. There are 2 feats on Puent. 2 feats on Catti-brie, all to contribute to more Mithril Hall stacks. 2 on Wolfgar. Strong not contributing anything to companion. He does technically in one way. And we'll go over that right now, actually. So get those potion emotes ready, because we're about to... Why? Wow. Respec. Oops, nope, not Regis. So, he has 2 choices here, and they're very simple. You will either choose to increase his damage by 200% for each companions of the Hall in the formation, and this is where Strongheart can synergize with them, and then he will count as a companion of the Hall for the sake of this. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, because Puent is not. And he has the option to instead, if you're not focusing the companions, to increase his damage by 200% for each drow, which there aren't too many drows. So generally you're going to take the companions. So with that, he's looking only at an E4 buff there though. That definitely could stand to have a gear slot to scale it or something, but it does not. But him being able to scale his companions of the Hall, this is where his damage is going to come from if you're going to use him. And in those specific scenarios, he can pump okay numbers. That's a decent buff for a self-DPS increase. Yeah, and that's mostly going to come into play if you're fairly early, you've happened to unlock the companions and Puent, or if you are running more difficult Icewind Dale, potentially you might use him. Some people might consider double downing and using him. He's not the best, but should definitely be pre-stack. I mean, still, we're seeing good numbers here, all things considered, for a self-DPS increase. But again, overall, and especially since you require as many as you can to scale that up, again, that's how Bruner's putting up decent numbers when we're considering that. Yeah. So, let's dive into his availability, as I believe we've covered all his mechanics. I guess his ult is worth mentioning. It's not crazy, but he will attack in a whirl of steel, continuing his attack until his sharpened blades doesn't kill an enemy in one hit. It's not the greatest ult. It works for cleaving down an area where he is one-shotting stuff, but it's whatever. I don't know. But let's take a look at his availability. Without taking too much time on it, would you fill in the rest of the formation? Oh, what would I? Oh, we'll look at that after we look at his availability. My lips are really dry today. You might have to witness me put on chapstick, which I hate doing. I'm one of those guys that absolutely despises putting lotion or chapstick or anything on my body. I hate the feeling of it. Anyway, Drizzt. He is good, so he is available for Mert. He is available for Vajra with that 14 con. And with a feat, he does have a few ability score increases in intelligence and charisma. With the intelligence, he will become available for Strahd. And against, again, the Bite Glow, that 2 charisma seems to be the reason it doesn't show Zariel. With the charisma feat, he will also become available for Zariel with his strength and boosted charisma. However, as an evergreen who released 2,328 days ago, he will not be available for Elminster, and he is naturally available for every day 1 trials. So, considering feats, he's available for everything except for Elminster. Pretty good availability, all things considered. Birdsong, Jim Valentine. Oh, wait. 6 of 6, though, is pretty nice for an evergreen DPS. Exactly, yeah. If you're looking, don't have an event champion, and you've unlocked Drizzt, and you're focusing on him as your damage dealer, having your damage dealer available for every day 1 trials is pretty good. Again, that's not like a reason to focus him or anything, but as far as who we might slot in there with the rest of that crew, let's just take a look here. I mean, Spurt's a good scaler, Grama got a rework, but Drizzt is fairly old, so he doesn't scale quite as well, but still would be decent. What is all of their con looking like? 14, but could become 15. 17. 14 could become 15. 14 could become 15. So if you could squeeze Dynahair adjacent to all those 14s, Dynahair could scale well with them if you throw in some more con. I mean, going evergreen, if you're just sticking to evergreen champions, Crux is a great option. And of course, I mean, the Seat 4 has a lot of good options. In Antreus and Karlach, the big 3 of that seat would all be good. Who do we want to do for now? I mean, we could stick with the theme of evergreen. I mean, actually, there are some solid... If you just wanted, like, a non-event crew, it wouldn't be terrible to, like, then throw in Rhea, because Drizzt is one of the very few who are lawful and good, so he'll double dip from Rhea. Which isn't terrible. And then let's see. Vinursa is good with them. Vinursa is good with everybody. Well, no, she's not. She's in category slot. You're confusing me. Sidux, you evil. Let's see. Yeah, Hitch will never work because his charisma can only reach 13. That would have been good to throw another evergreen in there. Gotta keep you on your toes. Let's see. So what we have seat 3, 8, and 12 open. Who would be fun to throw in? Where is Will sitting? I mean, Drow's not going to become a folk hero at this stage. Yeah, human fighter. Who would be a fun one to throw in at the end? Narak, though, I mean, that is fair. Narak is always a reasonable option. I mean, that would be kind of a fun formation, actually. Not that it's ideal or anything, but... I mean, Rhea would put up decent numbers with Searing Radiance in this team because there's a lot of lawful to work with. And Drizzt does double down from Celestial Champion, so he'd get both E6 buffs. I think this could be a fun formation, all things considered. Narak's position might need to change because you'd want him adjacent to as many of the dexterity as possible, which would be probably more in the range of what? Well, but then I'd move Point, but it doesn't matter. Well, he wouldn't be there. But yeah, I don't know. I think that could be fun. Not gonna lie, you don't understand why is so much better than all the other affiliations. Like the rest all have to be mediocre for whatever reason. I understand where you're coming from, but also we're talking about one of the most reworked from a season affiliations and then literally the newest affiliation. It's not that crazy that they're performing well at the end of the day. But yeah, as far as like affiliations as a whole, the AA is really good. Switch Drizzt and Brunner and Narak's in a good spot. Potentially. I'm not even really looking at it to do that. But yeah, you would want to move Narak to a better position where he's adjacent to more dexterity based, because this is a dexterity heavy over wisdom, with a lot of formation positionals to buff. Because you can make Crux. Oh no, you can't. No, you can't. That's right. I was thinking mixing with Korth. But yeah, it would be Caddy, Regis. Yeah. Anyway, Capins of the Hall got a rework too. They purposely put Vin in the same slot as Caddy after that. Yeah, it's always rough when they do that. They've done that a couple times. Yeah, there was which other time was it? Because yeah, they definitely did that another time where someone just came out and was reworked with a season at the same time, and it was like, man. But yeah, and Jim right after Caddy, especially since Caddy is almost thematically supposed to be placed with Artemis. That was kind of funny. But yeah, no, I don't think they're a terrible affiliation, and especially since you can pull them into Icewind Dale, the core of this crew isn't bad. I mean, yeah, you can't pull Strongheart in, I guess. The core of this, if you want to use them to push Icewind Dale, isn't bad. Especially once you get their feet rolling. I don't think they're terrible. As far as where we're gonna rank Drizzt himself. Karlach with Crux and Kent, yeah. No, that seat became competitive very quickly. Previously, after the rework, he got a bit of a bump. I think he's more in the hard B. He's a little lower on the B- on this on the previous rank. I think he deserved to be higher than Ariza. Although, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, well, maybe. Ariza's a hard one nowadays. We'll get to her on seat 11, though. It's not the worst, but there's no reason they can't be good. I think they could be arguably good, but not great, for sure. Yeah, that's the argument for just about every champion in the game, though, right? Why is there poop champions? They could be good. Yeah, what are you gonna do? The companions probably deserve more love compared to others just because people love the companions so much, just for their staying power in the D&D universe. I think they're in an okay spot, not the best, for sure, though. But let's see. Let's see where we're gonna put this boy. Flat DPS champions are always a little harder to rank, since he is only ever a DPS, which is still weird to me that he has synergy with Artemis's specialization choice. because that'll never be a viable thing. Ox Ventures needs a buff too. I don't disagree. They were an affiliation that definitely could benefit from a season. Dritzy boy, Dritzy boy. Coffee one down. Bottom C+, you thinking? Or maybe right behind nerds? Keyboard because just makes tons of mistakes. What? Oh, that was text-to-speech. Well, is he Warduke or Krond? No, so B+ is the ceiling. Kind of, yeah. I don't think he probably quite reaches B+ at all. As a DPS only, you gotta judge him pretty hard. Is he Prudence? No, better. So C- is the floor. Yeah, so you're kind of diving between where I'm thinking, right? Because if we're comparing him to other DPS, he's not reaching the depths of Prudence, but he's not reaching the heights of Warduke Krond. Oh, I see what you're saying, Strider. Is he better than Fen? As a champion for what he offers to the game? No. As a DPS? It just depends on what you're running at that point. Yeah, she's a support, so... And just her Patron's Oath. She offers too much more to the game than Drizzt. But Drizzt being evergreen. Yeah, I could definitely see him taking a C+ slot. Because then the question is, what about him versus Black Viper? And I think Black Viper has more opportunity to scale. Not that she's like the greatest. Nixie has some more niche uses, but she also has some harsher restrictions. Hi, Dad. How you doing, P-Dog? I need to find a persistent use for this emote. Just me staring at you guys. With his affiliation, he can not fully pop off, but... You think you'd put him behind nerds in this to the top of C-, you're saying? I mean, he's definitely in that range, I think. A cup nipple emote for subs. I hate that you say that because I just started coffee too, and I'm playing with the cup nipple. Between BV and Lucius. I mean, that is where he already is. But as far as then, I mean, nerds is technically so niche, but in those niches, persistently used for those who decide to dedicate to it. I mean, that's right in the same range. You don't use Drizzt even in his niche? Yeah. I mean, and even then, at the end of the day, it's funny too, because most people's niches for rare restriction uses is now just trumped by Dirge. If you've invested in Dirge, you're going to use Dirge over Drizzt in Icewind Dale because you can still use Wolfgar to pull in all the rest of them and use them as supports for Dirge. But it hurts your heart to see him in C-, but that's kind of where he belongs, you think? We're all in the same place, really. Pick a side of nerds and call it a day. You're pretty sure Birdsong is better DPS even with Companions of the Hall? Ooh, I don't think so. Maybe. Now I'm kind of curious. But the problem is I've invested a lot of, that's always, I wish I had like a button where I could turn off legendaries to fully test something. Because in my case, it's going to be, because I have level 20 legendaries on my Birdsong. So of course she's going to pop off harder. But maybe even not. Wait, what? Oh, he peaked because I had a full formation. We're still in the downturn from that. So let's see. Yeah. Inevitable, considering, But, Birdsong, obviously, her buffs can scale harder in general with Song of Battle. But, yeah, that is a close race. But again, we're talking, you know, Wolfgar isn't exactly pulling her in to an Icewind Dale either, though. Drizzt has an E20 self buff. Birdsong has a more than E20 positional buff. That's a 10 stack. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm not arguing that Birdsong's going to be under Drizzt by any stretch. Yeah, I think that's a good spot for Drizzt. Drizzt. When I was younger, I called him Drizzt or Drizzt. I do think it. Because the author has never stated openly like the correct pronunciation, right? He always just says, "What do you call it?" I think it's Drizzt. But yeah, I don't hate that placement for the old Drizzle. Let's see. You gotta say it more Irish, but I'm not Irish. Do you want out, cat? Are you actually gonna go out? My cat's begging at the door. 1 second. I'm gonna see if she wants out. More Irish? Yeah, see, I can't get Irish even. Ars, that's what I know. Let's see. What's next? We have a lot. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. Is that a quote from, what's it? Salvatore? Is that his name? I forget. Oh yeah, Laz. We had Laz on the table. That's right. Oh, Lazaapz. The only goblin. And she needs help. Well, Goblin Artificer. A tank and a support. The only goblin we have. We need more goblins. Agreed. So, the problem with Lazaapz is she's incredibly restrictive in who she buffs. And the more time has gone on, of course her seats become more competitive, but what seat is not competitive? She wears power armor as an artificer, and her power armor will gain a stack for every second she is not under attack, capping at 100 stacks. She gains max health for each stack of power armor she has, stacking additively. But then she will use... Let's see, where do we want to go first with that? We'll just go to Tiny Bulwark. When Lazaapz is under attack, she will consume 10 stacks of power armor and increase the effect of Fury of the Small, which is her main buff, increasing the damage of small champions, dwarfs, gnomes, halflings, kobolds, and goblins for each small champion in the formation. So we'll slot in a bunch of shorties and scale that up to see what it can get to. She's no Tony Stark. That is kind of the artificer, right? Laptop loses Bitcoin faster when tanking. Huh? Oh, hit points now. So let's see. Let's get some shorties out here. So we've got kobolds. Let's get the kobolds out. We know a few of them. Oopsie. Who else do we want to snag out here? Let's see. Let's just get Stokey out here. We're just looking... Dwarfs counted, right? Yeah. We'll just get Point back out. We'll get Barrowin. Zorbu, yeah, we'll throw Zorbu out there. Are there shorties in... Oh, Averin can count as his gnome glitch, right? Yeah. Let's see if that is actually counting or if it's one of the ones that don't count. We're at 8, that's right. Okay, Van Ursa should count. That's true, she is not exotic. I don't think she does, though, just because she's not on that list. But yeah, so she... I'm actually curious if she counts for that or not. I've never tested that. It's not on the list, and yeah, doesn't count. Didn't figure it did. Had to check, though. Ishi? We got Stokie. We don't need Ishi. Although, Ishi would make sense because Ishi then can scale with non-humanoid shorties, so that is kind of a synergy, but we'll get Shandy out here. But we'll put her right here. Nobody needs Ishi. Oh no, Dark Warrior, how did you come back? I demolished you last stream. Too strong. I guess you're on. But still, yeah. So hurtful. I don't know why it blocked what you said, Lazy Cat, so I don't know what you were actually saying there. Was that intentional, or was that on Twitch's end? Anyway. Plays Super Boo theme. So are you Kid Boo now, or which Boo are you? Artificer? Artificer. Huh. All I know is people have told me I'm wrong, and every time I look it up, I'm right. So, let's see what the dictionary.com has to say. Not that I actually care at the end of the day with pronunciations, but...
Artificer.
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 Yeah. Buhan. You know, I have to say the best villain theme in DBZ was probably Cell's theme, though. I want to hear your squeaky feet squeaking as you walk as the Cell theme plays. Probably British. Yeah, I mean, everything's pronounced different to different people. At the end of the day, I don't care. But, yeah. So yeah. Got that Fury of the Small up there. So we've got that up to an E13 from an E10. Obviously, that scaling isn't crazy then. It could stand to be pre-stack if they want to make Lazaapz better, especially considering she's only buffing Dwarf, Gnome, Halfling, Kobold, or Goblins. When we're considering DPS, yeah, that's what? That's Binwin, that's Ishi, that's Zorbu, that's Rosie. Who else even fits under that? Not American, therefore dictionary.com is not trustworthy. The Brits pronounce their own language wrong somehow. That's always a fun discourse to go into. Because I go back and forth with my pronunciations. Like, I pronounce it Byzantine for anyone who knows what I'm talking about there. But I'm like, as American as it comes. My cat's scratching at the door to be back in. She changed her mind. 1 second. Make up your mind, girl. Make up your mind, girl. Now you have to look at the camera. Oh, she's running. Where are you going? You getting a drink? Yeah. Well, now you're going back over there. She don't know what she's doing. But we gotta show her now that she's making... Now that we see those emotes. Say hello to chat. Come here. Oh, I can't... You can see my leg. Come on. Oh, there she goes. Kitty, kitty. No, you're not supposed to cane size my legs. Oh no. Ellie. Would you rather I call you Aggie or Jess? Because I still don't know if it's Aggie or Aggie or where are you going with that. Speaking of pronouncing things right or wrong, just Jess? Okay. Supposedly the perfect being has squeaky feet. Oh, we're talking about Cell now. Okay. Just look at aluminum. Whoop! How you doing, Sinister? Oh! You thought Tyr was a lazy cat now? Huh? From an agricultural school. Agricultural Jess. You were probably the only one of most of your opinions, guys. For how much we back and forth fight each other, we're usually pretty on the level, though. Anyway, Fury of the Small. Should scale better, doesn't. E10 to E13. Very restrictive in not only who it buffs, but how you buff it. Because you are only buffing the small champions for each small champion in the group. This Gabi needs to be better. Anyway, so you're gaining power armor stacks. And once she comes under attack, she buffs that buff, so that will scale a little bit better once she comes under attack. I don't know if she can even take a hit for how far I'd need to go for that to happen. Let's see. How much are we hitting for right now? No one's doing Bud, right? No, we do have Bud damage. Well, just know that it doesn't scale it that much. Not Barrowin. You have returned. That is a good emote for that, Dark Warrior. Can you see my list now? We'll pull up the list when we rank Lazaapz, which will be very shortly. She does do more with those armor stacks. And that, again, well, for one, she's a tank, does have health share with, actually... Wait, does she not have a health item? I actually didn't even know that. Well, that kind of sucks. I thought one of them was tied to her health, but I'm not seeing that. Is anyone else getting a couple of stream hiccups, or is it just you? Yeah, this time around, Caius, I think it isn't me. Not like last stream. Solid D, you never use her, and her kit is sweaty butt cheeks. Think you're still stuck on his leg shot? Is a tank that can't tank. I do think her kit was better designed as an off tank, but yeah, I'm not seeing a way to scale her health. Or no, she does via power. That's right. That's how it was tied in. You're getting leg as well. I'm not dropping frames this time, so I don't know why. It should not be on my end this time. But yeah, so it is through here. I forgot. So it is her stacks of... That was the problem. I'm remembering now. The problem is her health comes from power stacks, but then once she starts taking hits, she loses those power armor stacks. So yeah, she loses health when she's taking hits, which is just weird for a tank. That's right. Yeah, she also, though, has Lightning Launcher. When Lazaapz is under attack, she consumes power armor stacks to activate Lightning Launcher, targeting one of the enemies attacking her, and striking all enemies in a line, causing them to take more damage. Don't want to use your better tanks when you can actually use them in other parties? Yeah. So she has a minor debuff that procs off her power armor. She slightly buffs her positional ability, consuming stacks of her power armor, but that requires her to stack up that power armor and then consumes it. It's a clunky kit, and she's restrictive in only buffing small champions based on how many small champions you have. So very restrictive and clunky, and her numbers don't put up that good. She's an iffy champion. We'll look at her availability. That's not right. Oh, I should close that for now. Let's see. Where are you at? There you are. So, she is evil. evil. She is evil. So, she will be available for Mert. She does have the constitution to be available for Vajra. She does not have any ability feats, ability score increases via her feats, but she does have a high intelligence, so she is available for Strahd. But because of her low strength, she will not be available for Zariel, and she released 1,353 days ago, so she will not be available for Elminster, and because of that low strength and that low charisma, she will be locked out of 2 day 1 trials. So, she also is mediocre, not the worst, but mediocre as far as availability goes. You do Birdsong yet? Not yet, Crafty. She'll be good in the future when there are more goblins, trust. That might be a stretch. Because at the end of the day, even if we got a full slot of usable smalls together, her numbers still just don't put up, and her tanking is kind of weird. You bet she has squeaky feet? Probably. See, but I found there are more than 4 oh yeah, the tanks, yeah. What about Morgaen? No. So far, Crafty, we've only gone over Drizzt, Makos, and now Lazaapz. Everyone else is still on the table for seat 9. And we'll be looking at that tier list now, but first let's see where we previously placed Lazaapz. She was fairly low to begin with because even when she came out, her niche seemed to be an off-tank for Zorbu. Like, I swear that was her only use, which is just weird. But she had some mechanics you could kind of use. I had her in the lower C- before. She might dip, but she was never ranked high to begin with. Let's take a look at the rework right now. Speaking of takes, how about Aila next? We could talk about Aila. Gatekeeper of F. Many of the champs you ranked before have climbed. You think she'll fall? Probably. Straight into F with other shorties. Is she better than Walnut? If you're using someone she can buff, yes. We need Hank Hill's mini WD-40 to open the WD-40 to user. We didn't go over her specializations. We should cover that actually real quick. So get those potion emotes ready. Yeah, I didn't realize until I uploaded that emote that I made the suffix pot, and so they had to review it for longer because of that. I was like, But yeah, because while she is a tank, you don't necessarily need to use her as a tank, actually. Because if you use her as an off-tank or just position her elsewhere, her power armor will exclusively be used for launcher, and she will maintain her highest health point to health share. That is weird, again, and clunky to not want your tank in the front. However, you can increase her power armor stacks. Generally, you'll want that if she's main tanking. Lazaapz's Tiny Bulwark and Lightning Launcher abilities now trigger when any champion comes under attack. That's what you'll probably take to, if you're not using her as a tank then, because then any tank tanking a hit will proc those things. I guess that still procs Tiny Bulwark there. I was thinking that only proc'd Lightning. Rough. Reduce the number of enemies required to trigger Lazaapz's Lightning Launcher to 1. Increases the effect of Lightning Launcher. So you'll take that if you want to reliably proc Launcher while she's taking hits, likely as a secondary tank. You sure you want to see where Birdsong is gonna... Yeah, we'll get to Birdsong. Yeah, but we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, so, Yeah, she's not great. It's unfortunate. Do I think she's better or worse than Walnut? Again, if your DPS can qualify, yes, she's better than Walnut. Will your DPS qualify? Probably not. So... You're a simple man. We got the arty emote. You can rank her wherever. You put Walnut above? Man, that's... I don't know if I can... Traditionally saves prestige champions for the seat last. I often reserve, the better or best or more recent for last, Not always, but... Maybe Polton Celeste. See, that's the thing. My mind was going like... like somewhere in here, honestly. But at the end of the day... See, but that's not even true, Sinux. I mean, to a degree it is, in that you can Bud, and at least you'll get that first kill on the next area with Bud to spike her. But her numbers are still garbage, and if you are trying to hard progress, she is very clunky and stupid. How's availability? You feel like you spaced out? It's pretty dead on average, maybe slightly above average. She had, not available for Elminster or Zariel, and 2 day 1 lockouts. I mean, I guess I could kind of see her. Oh man, Walnut climbing above anyone is just like rough to me. But there just really isn't much for her to buff. I mean, realistically, what shorty DPS are you going to buff other than Zorbu? Ever. I don't think there's anyone. I gotta... pulling up a DPS list to see if I'm missing anyone. Role, not support, DPS. I mean, we're looking at Binwin, Ishii, and Zorbu, right? And Rosie, I guess, but... You thought gnomes weren't considered short for certain variants? Oops. She does include gnomes, though. Doesn't? Yeah, she includes gnomes in Fury of the Small. Dwarf, gnome, halfling, kobold, goblin. Except Vin doesn't count. Yeah, Vin should count. And if they ever relook at Lazaapz, I'm sure they would count Vin Ursa. I still think she's exotic in my brain. I'll always stand by that mistake I made, even though I'm dead wrong. But, yeah. Yeah, so that is so severely restrictive. That has to be a huge knock. It pains me to put anyone below Walnut every time, but Walnut being the gatekeeper of F, I can at least come to terms with that. But yeah, there really is almost never, ever a time you're gonna be using Lazaapz. It's just true. I can't in good faith recommend unlocking her over, you know, we're talking the only people behind her right now are Xander, Ishii, and Binwin. I can live by that. Laz numbers aren't good either for how restrictive she is. Yeah, exactly. It's unfortunate. Like, she could probably, if she was under attack and we had power armor proccing, she could get up to like E14, E15 for me. But when you're literally only buffing Rosie, Binwin, Ishii, or Zorbu, alright, yeah. Anyone? What's that in reference to, El Jefe? Yeah. Bummer. I think that's appropriate. Ooh, coffee too still hot. Ooh. Aila, right. Although you said Alia. That you can't think of anyone you're less likely to spend the time to unlock. Oh. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Benwin and Ishii would probably be the only ones I recommend even less than Lazaapz. Oh, Benwin because Artemis, fair. But yeah, Aila, definitely one that's going to take a hit. The current theme of this list is definitely debuffers are getting bumped down because debuffing is in general, at large, less important than it used to be. And that was a lot of her kit, but she's also a fairly survivable tank. But we'll go into everything here. So she is part of the Heroes of Erebos, so she does have that Erebos synergy. So that's always something to keep in mind, that she can be paired well with Lucius, Sentry, Quillic, and Nova, and is a part of that core if you happen to be using the Erebos core with Lucius. She is incredibly important in that scenario. That being said, 2 tiers below wherever she was, we'll see. Erebos doesn't have enough tanks. I think that's sarcasm. So she has Storm Aura. A random enemy approaching the formation is zapped by lightning and becomes primed every 5 seconds. Primed enemies take more damage from all champions. But then she also has Storm Soul to pair with that. When Aila attacks a primed enemy, they are stunned for 2 seconds and become electrified, increasing the damage they take from all champions for each electrified normal enemy on screen. And 1,000 for each electrified boss on screen. So, to showcase this, we're gonna have to go somewhere where she can be zapping fools. So let's just go somewhere where they can be taking hits. Excuse me. We'll just try this first. Probably a boss area, though. I'm not reading that out loud, Rondo. No. So you can see the animation where she starts zapping people. While she does this, we'll actually go over her specializations. Spec potion. Use that emote. You want to see guys make an argument for 4 S tier? Or you just mean the 4th? So she has Stormcaller and Stormbreaker. She will either reduce the cooldown of Storm Aura, so she is more actively zapping those approaching, or double the stun duration of Storm Soul and Raging Storm, so she has a little crowd control or quicker spread of her debuff. Generally, you'll probably take the quicker spread, unless you are desperate for some crowd control. So you can see now that Storm Soul is climbing in a boss area. You're probably, you're going to be stuck at 10 stacks, I think, for a boss area. But you're getting that little extra boost from it being on a boss. And in this scenario, we're looking at E11. That's not great as far as just a raw buff. But the synergy, Aila contributes 1 stack to the Erebos synergy every time any champion attacks an electrified enemy. So as long as you have a formation that is attacking her debuffed targets, that will scale. Now the important thing with Aila is that... I'm not going to be able to remove her now. There we go. As I removed her, you can see her debuff is still out there. That buff, while not crazy good for a standard buff, it being a sticky debuff, is important for sticky debuff scenarios. She is amazing for sticky debuff. That being said, that's being phased out a bit. Not fully phased out, but yeah. You feel like you've been trying to mostly argue things down with the exception of Speed Team? Yeah. It's true. But That's not all her kit offers, so we'll look at the rest. You can see she's getting some girthy shieldage. That comes from Shielding Storm. When an electrified enemy attacks Aila, she gains a damage shield equal to a lower percent of her health times the total number of Arrow's synergy. It has a 30-second cooldown. But when it procs, if you happen to have higher Arrow's synergy, she's going to be shielding herself for a lot. That's a decent tank mechanic to keep her in the fray. So she is a decent tank, one of the better tanks all things considered. As while this isn't directly healing, you could consider shielding a healing mechanic, and again, we're now dealing with the concept of a tank having more healing options than healers, as no other healer is probably going to reach this potential level of shielding. We want an argument for S tier. Sticky debuffs are free bud. All sticky debuff champions are S. You hate yourself. And that's the thing. Like, at the end of the day, if you want to peak your damage in like a Trials of Mount Tiamat or something, you can sticky debuff swap to your main formation after applying a sticky debuff team to an armored or hit-based boss. And Aila is one of the better versions of a sticky debuff. Her debuff is pretty good. As a standard buff, E12. With the rest of her formation, that's going to scale up a little bit, but that's just average. But as a sticky debuff, that's pretty good. So yeah, great sticky debuffer, average buffer, good tank, good champion all things considered. Not as important as she used to be. Her buff numbers were better in contrast to other things back in the day. Nico Pro 86, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. But yeah, just as time has gone on, those numbers aren't keeping up. Sticky debuff has kind of fallen off. Just because of the current state of the game, she's gonna take a hit. I still think she's a solid overall champion. But we'll look at her availability. Sticky debuff is worth B tier. Best sticky sleuts tier list. We might do some just like random tier lists for fun after we finish all the seeds. Let's take a look at her availability. This is one thing she definitely takes a knock on, in that being neutral, she is not available for Mert. She does have the Constitution to be available for Vajra, but she does not. Or she does have a Wisdom, which mattered more for back in the day, Nrak shenanigans. But now that's her only ability score increase, which isn't going to help her here, as her int is far too low for Strahd, and her charisma will not meet the Zariel, and she released 1,865 days ago, so she will not be available for Elminster, meaning she is only available for Vajra, as far as patrons go. 1 out of 5. Woof, rough. And her int and her charisma are both too low for day 1 trials, so she's also locked out of 2 out of these 6, so only available for 4 of 6 day 1 trials. Not good availability. Sorry you looked away. Do you generally use left spec or right spec? Personally, I use left spec. It helps you debuff more. You would want to use right spec if for some reason you're desperate for crowd control. Otherwise left, almost every time. Cook that bird. What? Oh wait, Birdie told you that debuffs may be important again soon. Yeah. Current state though, yeah, still one of the better sticky debuffers. The whole chaotic nature with chaotic debuffers. Yeah, a few of the classics, and she is a classic. Oops, I kind of just hit my whole table. Can no longer make an argument for S that availability is worse than you remember. But yeah, so again, previously she was S tier. She barely climbed into that rank in my opinion. That's why she's in the bottom. Back when I ranked her, I still would have at least considered her an A+. By today's standards, still a good tank, a mediocre buffer, Bad availability, amazing sticky buff. She's gonna drop. But where she's gonna go now? Oof, let's see. Yeah, that availability by today's standards is rough. It really is. I think Aila is a good and fun champion. Her numbers don't put up anymore, but again, if you need sticky debuff, yes, get her. Right? There's always an asterisk with a lot of these champions in that they do really good at this thing. She's actually a good surviving tank as well. But as far as some of the numbers you can reach, even in her own seat, and by today's standards with numbers people are reaching, flat buffs are far exceeding debuffs these days. And click debuff isn't as important as it used to be. It's gonna have to take a hit. It's probably gonna take a pretty big hit. I see a lot in the range of like ranging from B+ to C+. She's no Egbert. Who is? We can't set this standard of people being compared to Egbert. No one is an Egbert, but Egbert. First time chatter to say B-. How you doing, Lil Squishy? I like that name. B-. Let's see, what else do we have in the B- and B+? Egbert is the B+ gatekeeper. She's no good boy. Well, she's a she, so. Gar loves strong tanks. It's the biggest priority for him, for a tanking champ, even more than buffs, debuffs, or other support abilities. Yeah, no, she definitely is a good tank. But that's always a problem in this game, is if you're relying on just good tanks, then you're not going to push past your wall where your tanks are holding you back from anyway, you know? There are scenarios where you're absolutely going to need good tanks. But at the end of the day, if you just slot Briv in, you're going to have the healing and the health share to kind of keep everyone healed up anyway. But he's not always available. But then if we're talking availability, Aila's availability sucks. So... Egbert. AA is so strong precisely because they don't need any tanks. Well, and even then they have a tank that can sustain herself. He rates Aila better than Nova. The sticky actually Aila has a sticky debuff now too, doesn't she? But Aila's is stronger, but... Nova, Evelyn, Blushi, Miria are the best tanks. More damage, more dead. Most tanks with health item can tank 1951 without a whole ton of item level investment. Pretty much no one can tank past 1952, except in trials with 2 health champs and damage reduction champ in jail. Yeah, I do think Aila is one that's suffering just from how good she used to be compared to where the game is at now. I still think she's a good champion, don't get me wrong, but I can see an argument for barely reaching to the B+ by today's standards, or being in the upper echelon of B-. Just because of what she can bring to the table. You're putting levels on HP and not damage. She doesn't bird to them eggs. Gar rates Aila above Nova. I do think Nova offers more to the game as a whole, for sure. Aila is good, though. You put lots of item levels into laziness. Oh, did you just get the shiny Carlac health? Is that what you're saying, Strider? If so, grats. Man. I There's something inside me not quite wanting to bump her to B-. Actually, have I ever asked, what is your team, Caius? What are you working on as your team? I don't think I actually know. Is it her pullable hair? Dark Warrior, don't make me zap you. Although you've become immune to the zapping. Isn't everyone going with AA nowadays? Probably. You look back at the chat. I don't know why I'm struggling with this one. For some reason, I don't want to dip her to B-, but I don't know. I think. I know anyone going above Egbert is riot at this point in my chat, but I mean, you have an Artemis team. That's your go-to for trials, and you're working on getting AA to 10k for element stirring. Yeah, I kind of figured, but Artemis invalid 50k. Yeah. You have progressed and achieved victory. John, what was that, Dark Warrior? Did you fall asleep at your keyboard? You're not doing the AA fanboy, but it's hard to argue against that. AA is just rock solid. They really are. And I love Dirge. That is good, but she's not available for most restrictions. Are you ever going to use her? There are times, but no, her availability is a big knock. It's true. A hard hit. How you doing, Kratos? You use Aila for campaigning? Yeah. But she's probably not going to be one you invest in. By today's standards, she's definitely taken a hit. Oh, her climbing that far down kills me. How are we feeling about that right now? Just a general vibe in the chat. What about that placement? Where's everyone feeling? If she had good availability, A-, I could see her in A- with good availability. For pointing and laughing. What don't you point and laugh at, Dark Warrior? Other than Valentine. Ack Inc. You say top of minus, B-. Her availability is trash, B-. Yeah, I mean, I'm teetering between B+ and B-. There's just something in me that wants to keep her at least in B+, but I can be convinced. Is she worse than Speed Champs? That's the thing, is it? In the way that Speed Champs will always be used in a speed team, she will always be usable in a sticky debuff. But her availability is bad, so you can't always use her for her sticky debuff, and you're using sticky debuff probably less than a dedicated speed team. I would not put her above the speedsters. Especially, yeah, with that availability. Are we saying the gatekeeper of B-? Does she take over Kent for that? Or because of my OCD, do I match her with the other orange person next to her? 1 out of 6 trials is garbage. She's not 1 out of 6 trials. She's 1 out of 5 patrons and 4 out of 6 trials. Leave her above Egbert. Isn't relevant to champion rankings. Why not, Caius? Why not? Oh, okay, Cynics. You know, her patron availability is trash. Make an OCD tier list, just everything by, like, arranging by height and color. Above Kent, orange symmetry, if you're going to move her down. I can see her being the gatekeeper of B-. Like, I still think she is a good champion, but her availability does suck. That's just a fact. Her buffing is mediocre by today's standards, but that sticky debuff can be incredibly important at times. It does suck to see her fall that hard, but I think it's fair. Kent slaps. I like Kent, but she is a good tank for early. Has that sticky debuff, which is always useful when you can use it, if you need to. Her utility with that availability is I need help getting 2k for forge runs, which is pretty niche. You use Kent more, but you're not opposed to rating Aila above him. Yeah. I still think she's a solid champion. But as far as what we're doing here... Is she doing better numbers than Kent? I mean, it's hard to compare their kits because they are so different in so many ways. But the sticky debuff can make Kent even better, so think of it like that. Why does this coffee not taste nearly as good as the last one? It's the exactly same thing. I think that's where she's gonna go. I think I've solidified. She can be a good gatekeeper for B-, the top of reaching into B+. Say we move on to a good champ. Let's look at Diana. We doing Yes Man next. I like that. You actually use egg, though? Yeah. Too much coffee. No, not enough. Yeah, I think that's where we're gonna have Aila. Yeah. Where are we? What are we doing? Who are you? Let's get familiars back out. I saw a couple for Nordom, a couple for Diana. Let's see. Too much coffee, scientifically impossible. I don't know about scientifically, but Diana S tier, speed goes burr. Coffee emote when? Maybe that could be a sub emote. I don't know how to represent me chugging coffee. I guess just a cup of coffee. I'll write that down as a thought. Coffee. Yeah, I was still toying with the idea of like a sad Xander. But I don't know. I wasn't able to make it look right, and I was like, nah. My favorite what, Ovium? Diana buff numbers are actually crazy good with some levels. Pre-stack go burr. Also pre-stack being buffed by events right now though, right? That's something to consider because I've glossed over that before with other champions and I don't want to. You have no way of knowing what Diana's buff numbers are. She's in my gem farm. You only ever do anything else in the background. Her numbers can get pretty good. I mean, I guess we could just go over Diana, and then we'll shift to, what was the other oh yeah, Nordom. We'll go over Nordom after Diana. Diana's new, and she's good, but we can dive into her while she's being talked about. The spice must flow. Despise. Spice is drugs in, what is it, Star Wars? Or wait, no. Am I thinking Dune? I don't remember. That's Dune, right? Oh, Cup. That makes more sense now. Dune, okay, Dune. So wait, what is drugs in Star Wars then? I think it's both, right? I think it's both. I mean, they are influenced. Death sticks. That's just, or no. I swear Spice was in Star Wars too. Am I tripping? Am I on Spice right now? Side tangent, don't care. Okay, so there's Death Stick. Sansana Spice, so there is a Spice. Spice, also known as Narco Spice, was slang for various mind-altering drugs in Star Wars. So yeah. Yeah, Spice Runners, yeah. Didn't Han dump him on a run? Probably. Yeah, so it's both. Spice is just space drugs, yeah. No, it's definitely referenced as drugs in the universe as well. There's probably also just spices, but anyway. Back to Diana, the child. So, the most recent released champion to the game, become very popular very quick because of her speed mechanic. Let's take a look at Diana, the most recent Saturday Morning Squad affiliate member, preceded by Presto. Your case for Diana: when Briv jumping, the only thing slowing you down is transitions, and she basically erases them. Yeah, no, she's good. The human monk. One mechanic of hers is using her javelin staff to hit enemies. Depending on where you slot her in your formation will depend on how she knocks enemies. Top of a column will knock them back and toward the bottom. Bottom of a column will knock them back and toward the top. Single slot will knock back a medium distance, which is where she is right now. And a normal run, she probably won't be there though. And in the middle of a column, she will knock them toward the formation a short distance. So, like right there. Middle. Apparently she doesn't do much for quick transitions though, and no Vajra availability. I think Vajra runs for a speed team is overrated compared to her transition buff. I think her transition buff is much better than the minor benefit of Vajra, personally. Anyway, let's go over her whole kit. We'll be right back, is what we're talking about. Diana increases the speed of area transitions by up to 400%. That is increased by her... where is it? We'll be right back. It has the hard cap within its item level, so you can't exceed it. However, you'll notice I'm not capped, but I have the 400% cap. That is through feats. So you can reach that 400% without requiring full investment. And if you plan to just use her for speed, that's all you need to reach. Reach that 400% threshold. She has speed. You thought she was S tier for her Electrum chest gathering? That's pretty minor. We're going into that now though. Electrum chest scavenger. Diana can help scavenge up to blank additional Electrum chests from boss loot sacks. While this cap is not reached, Diana has a chance to scavenge an Electrum chest from bosses very low, but it'll happen. The cap increases over time by 0.5 every day. You gain about switching from the classic Vajra to no patron with Diana. Yeah. You switch to Xerxes because of her, but it feels bad. You hear straight 9 jump is better than should re-optimize gem farm. I haven't looked into optimizing mine in a minute, but I'm not 9 jump yet either, because I slack. I reached 4 jump and then stopped carrying as much as I should have. But as far as her buffing goes, so that speed, that transition speed, instantly makes her useful for any form of speed team. If you're looking to run a speed team, you should get Diana. And even if you're not at the full 400%, increasing your transition speed is important. Let's see. Does it show? Oh, it doesn't show without having it active, huh? Alright. Well, if I had a speed potion active, you would see this affects the actual time acceleration of the game. If you have potions up to 10 times speed, when she hits the transition, it'll bump to 50 times. But yeah, I think I need an active potion to actually witness that happen. Can't wait to the next... Oh yeah, well, I don't think we have actually any info on that yet, Strider, but yeah, that'll be interesting to see where they go. But yeah, it is time, as Rondo has already emoted, to respec her, because all of her damage buffing comes from her specializations. So, she will either increase the damage of champions with a dexterity of 15 or higher, 78 total ability score or less, or 20 years old or younger. Pog. Zogpot. This is somewhat restrictive in that you are choosing then between, Dex 15, TOT 78 or less, or 20 years old or younger. However, between all of those considered, that covers a lot of champions. It's less restrictive than it probably appears. That will exclude a few, but it still covers a lot. However, you also need to consider the next specialization. Note that she buffs more if the only person you buff is your DPS. Not wholly true. But we'll get to that. So, well, we'll fill up after. Maybe we'll use another respec. For now, we'll go with, should we go with TOT or Dex? I mean, we could fill up either way. Just to go with the current theme, we'll go TOT or less. 78 or less for now. So her second choice then is how she scales that buff. Her second right spec gives more than the left. Again, so we'll just go over it here. Diana increases the effect of her Inspire specialization choice for each champion it does affect, stacking multiplicatively. Or she increases the effect of her Inspire choice for each champion it does not affect. So, this does technically have more scaling, right? But ideally then, in that case, you only want it affecting your DPS. But that becomes, either way, it's pretty restrictive is the problem then. That's where the restrictiveness comes into play. Because then you're either dancing between not using any champions who qualify, or trying to use multiple champions who qualify. To me, in the testing, I haven't done too much testing, to be frank, but it is, in my opinion, harder to reach no one else other than your DPS qualifying. But yeah. So, in this case, we're gonna go with the left spec, just for simplicity's sake of scaling it up, because we can find a lot of people who meet that TOT requirement. Let's see, let's go with the absolute adversaries, who I have not leveled up in this run. Interesting. I thought I did. Bop, bop, bop. Biggest number ties go to Spotlight. Yeah. Well, the 15 plus is pretty restrictive if you're using, say, Zorbu. It's not that hard to get only with him. Not wrong, but a lot of the really good buffers in the game right now do meet that 15 dex threshold, though, is the problem. But no, you're not wrong. I'm just saying it's often harder to get. Astarian. The twink everyone tends to love. Let's see. Minsk matches the low TOT, right? Yeah. Dinah Hare does not, however. Yeah, I guess we could just throw out you and brain fart. Viconia's over. Yeah. Even at just 6 or 7 stacks is pretty medium. Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're not wrong. BBEG, I already have Spurt out there, and Spurt's 57. Why can't I think? There's another one like on the tip of my brain, and I'm just... we'll just go Nixie. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so now that we have, for simplicity's sake, the 10 of 10 ensemble cast, you can see it increases the effect of her Inspire choice by a pre-stack amount. So any buffing you give to that affects the pre-stack, stacking multiplicatively. So that is a girthy way to buff it up. Whichever way you're going, you're going to want to get that high number. As far as where her buff is at right now, Diana increases damage of all champions with a total ability score of 78 or less by E22 is what we're sitting at now. Put the pre-stack feats on, that's fair. Well, do I have... I think I have them all on right now, don't I? Or I guess not. Do I? No, I do. Why isn't that one equipped? What? What? Dude, my feats are in disarray. Yeah, even with feats, we got it up to a 25 now. So her buffing can get pretty good. Keep in mind, however, again, she is currently being buffed by event buffs for 42 more days. So numbers are skewed off. However, she does have pre-stack scaling, and that is important for buffing. So, she can reach good numbers, she has a very important speed buff, and it seems like they are leaning potentially for the future to have a lot of ways to focus on that lower TOT. She fits into that niche. The only knock one might have against her is that her buff is not positional. A lot of people want a positional buff, whereas hers is not. I like the concept of maybe starting to shift away from positionals being exclusively the way to go. But when we consider what is most important in the game right now, positionals are where it's at. But yeah, good buffs, good speed, Electrum's a knockback, yeah. See with an... I mean, yeah, no, like, we could set up something for that, just to see. And again, I wasn't saying you're wrong. I was more just saying it's often harder to achieve. Let's see. Yeah, we would just have to knock a few for the 15. We'll go with the Dex and go with this. Let's see, who would we have to knock out here? I guess it really doesn't... Speed and scavenging make her A+. Overall, she's SRA. The knockback can work with the Zaka as well, yes. Spurt, yeah. Well, let's just, let's see. Well, wait, actually, wait, am I... Will it just work like that? No, okay. Yeah, so it has to be a champion it's actively not affecting, so you do have to fill it up with people it's not affecting, right? Or wait, I did see... Let's see. Who else do we want to just throw in here? Just anyone without the Dex. Havilar, right? Oh, Havilar does have the 15 Dex. Did I know that? Huh. For some reason, I did not think Havilar had 15 Dex. You don't. Yeah. You don't. Dadia shouldn't. Yeah. Don't care. Just using champions. You don't. And you do. Yeah. BBEG, what's your dex? Yeah, you're good. You pass the vibe check. So let's see. Yeah, so again, that is the problem, is it will always be affecting her and your DPS choice. So unless, let's see, yeah, let's let it stack back up. So yeah, we're hitting E27. So, yeah. if you can work around that, that is the better option. Mensk should have that dex. Yeah. Of course she has dex. Look at her twirly spear. She was known as an acrobat class prior to, you know, the whole 5e turning it to monk. But, yeah. I think it's harder to work around, but if you can, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, not seeing that at 400 makes me sad. We'll get that back. I need to... it is such a me thing to do, now that I've switched her feats, to forget that and just leave it at 200% for like a week and then go, oh man. Anyway, so yeah, she reaches good numbers, has good speed, has knockbacks, has a mechanic to gather Electrum chests. Overall, a really solid champion added to the game. Oh, you're talking about Havilar. Fair enough. See, in my campaigns, in my D&D campaigns, all polearm users are strength fighters with Sentinel. That's all I think of with spears. Yeah, as far as where she got ranked, which was very recently, as she's... Well, I guess we'll go over her availability first. I got thrown off track. Where are you? There you are. So, she has one problem with her availability, which, of course, I went over in my video before. She does not have good patron availability. Being good, she is available for Mert, but if we look, she does not have any ability score increasing feats. And that means her low constitution, her low intelligence, and her low charisma are all keeping her out of Vajra, Strahd, and Zariel. Vajra being an important one because most speed teams were farming in Vajra, and you do want to use her in a speed team, so that's required people to move away from using Vajra. However, her TOT spread, while low, is overall pretty evenly spread, so she will be available for every day one trials, so she does have that going for her as far as availability goes. But of course, being the most recent released new champion, she will be available for Elminster for 3 years, so a long time on Elminster, which is helpful. But yeah, locked out of 3 out of 5 patrons, but available for every day one. You think Diana's easily A plus bumper to S when she gets patron feats? You guess that is a general problem with the low TOT meta? Yeah. As far as where we ranked her, and again, this was very recent, she got placed in the A plus. I didn't really, she probably deserves to be above a lot of the champions there. I kind of was just throwing in the A plus because I knew we were getting to this video. I probably should have taken more care with that, but alas. Let's take a look at the current list. So yeah, A minus due to availability. You think bottom of S, she does so much, not just niche. Top of A minus. Tier trials availability matters for everyone, but honestly for patrons, you mostly care about Elminster. There's enough options of the other 4. Admittedly, that's like free points to newer champions, but still. The biggest knock against her patron availability is Vajra, honestly. Considering people feel dedicated to a Vajra team for their speed, she's kind of forced people out of where they got comfortable running a speed team. I think that is the biggest knock as far as that goes, but yeah. She is really good. Her numbers can get very good. They are somewhat inflated right now because of events, but they'll still be really good. She's a pre-stacker. That's huge. Not positional. Right now, that is kind of a knock. I don't think it should be, but... But then when you go into thinking of who she works with, that does mean she's not the greatest for Warduke. She doesn't have the strength or the evil alignment for Krond. She's not positional for Artemis. So she's probably not getting used in most of the core DPS formations we have right now. Even Ashara, as a human, not the greatest for Ashara. So most of the time, she's not a good slot for a lot of affiliations. She can work with AA. AA suffers from too many humans already, though, so that is counter to will. Yay. Oh, did you mean why is Vajra good for farming? Kratos? What non-speed meta team would she work with? That's kind of the problem, Rondo, is she's not a great fit for any meta team. You don't Vajra run for speed. Is there a buff that... Okay, so yeah, I'll go over that real quick. It doesn't matter as much anymore because of Diana. If you have Diana, you're not going to Vajra anyway. So it doesn't matter as much anymore. However, the biggest reason for Vajra was the... not patrons. Go away. Was the blessing from... Where is it? Reduce area quest requirements during patron variants or patron free plays. And most people are in Tall Tales for speed, for 4-jump Briv. And you are reducing area requirements while a patron is active, and Vajra happens to have the best availability for speed champions. So yeah. It made it a lot easier to, like Kaya said, is get the one hit to progress. But I believe Diana's transition speed is far more important than that. BBG Sentry Hugh made every zone one-hit kill. Now without Vajra you need BBG, Hugh, Virgil, and Virgil is expensive to cap. I still think, personally, that Diana's transition overall is more important. But, yeah, so that's the biggest knock to her availability in a speed team, is speed generally wanted Vajra. Also, Virgil is laggier than Sentry. Yeah. Yeah, Virgil, his old lightning tended to bog up a lot of people. You're just explaining the knock? Yeah. So yeah, that is the biggest problem with Diana, considering her a buffer. She reaches great numbers, she is pre-stack, but you're probably not using her with Warduke, you're probably not using her with Krond, you're probably not using her with Artemis, you're probably not using her with Ashara, and she is most fitting in the AA, but she still kind of conflicts with the AA. So she is kind of restrictive on top of all the working with dexterity, working with TOT, working with age. You could just use Melf and arguably better than Virgil for leg if your computer is slow. Melf is unreliable though. Transition is outspeeding one kill, yeah. I mean, and again, I think she is an instant slot for any form of speed progression, because even if we're not talking about gem farming, for an early push in any run, you're probably gonna want to use her if you can, because it just goes faster. She do go burr, but her buffing right now isn't... It reaches great numbers, but it conflicts with just about every DPS. And I think that does have to be considered. That might change in the future. If we get a really good DPS from the Saturday morning squad, we might be singing different tunes, and I hope that happens. But I think that has to affect her. Bye, Dad. Time to go food shopping. Get some good, delicious food, P-Dog. You have 4-jump, but you play with your phone. You can't use scripting. Yeah. Melf isn't that unreliable, though. Spawn extra enemies almost as good as double drops. Bobby, clearly the DPS. No, I don't think at this point we have any info on where, like, mechanically that's going, though. Whether we even have them on the docket or not yet. I don't think we do have any more Saturday morning on the docket quite yet. At least that's public or spoiler-wise. Could be Hank, but you agree more likely to be Bobby. Yeah, I do. We'll rank her and then we'll look at that squad. I do mix up the names a lot still, because I watched it when I was a kid, but not that much, and I never fully attached to everyone's name. It would be kind of cool if they gave, like, they could double down on Warduke being the DPS if he somehow had a unique interaction with these people, but yeah, only time will tell. She has very, very good speed. I do find her restrictive nature of who she can buff plus who she even works with to begin with kind of rough. Extra enemy doubles the drop, and if it's dying to click damage, they die basically instantly. It's just a little laggier, but not as much lag as Virgil. I just don't even know if that little bit he offers is even worth even the slightest lag. It entirely depends, right, on how much lag it's giving the person to person. Your speed team is Diana, Briv, Melf, Shandy, Human, Whittle, Dirge, Sentry, Thalora, BBEG. Why Dirge? Just to get the kills while you're farming? Okay. Hang DPS support, we'll see, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are thinking A+. Ah, man. I can see why. She is a pre-stacker, and that's important. But who she can be paired with is... I think that's a rough hit to her right now. Just for the current state of the game, she doesn't really fit with almost any formation other than a speed team. Is she for Elminster? You're probably she is. Yeah, I definitely don't think she quite reaches S. I will say that. Almost as good at speed as Hugh and better overall support. Left doubles as Hugh drops, your Hugh drops. Yeah. Because yeah, her as a support, her numbers absolutely get better. But she just doesn't really fit with anyone right now. As far as that, you can still use her, she's still usable. Let's compare her to Hugh. What's the difference in buff and availability? I mean, Hugh definitely has better availability overall. But her numbers are way better than Human as far as supporting goes, but her supporting is iffy. She gets a 9 stack on left spec with AA. Yeah. Well, do you mean middle stack? Or middle spec? Because I thought left spec is Dex, right? She wants the TOT with the AA, which is the middle spec. Yeah, okay, I figured Sinux. Her speed is arguably less good than Hugh's. Arguably, yeah. But you do have to fully invest into Hugh for Hugh to pop off. Where she doesn't need nearly the investment. Her speed is great once you already have Hugh running, otherwise it's barely noticeable because you're spending ages in zones. Unless you are a current player running AA and you never need Hugh and you're just using Lazel, then she's an instant speed increase. Which in that case, she again does fit into the AA pretty good. The conflict is always will, but yeah. She is decent for the AA. Not ideal, but decent. And as far as speed goes, instantly helps the absolute adversaries. Speed is unique as opposed to Hugh, yeah. If she could, I would have absolutely no problem just slapping her in the A+. If she just really worked with more things. She is good, and she is pre-stack, which is huge, and she has good speed and the Electrum. Overall, a really good champion. The slight availability in patrons is a knock. But the biggest knock for me is who she is usable for. Even though she can pump good numbers. You only need will once you get to your wall. I mean, yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong, both Sinux and Dark Warrior there. I can see her squeezing into the bottom of A+, all things considered. I see her really close to dipping into A-, just because of who she can be beneficial toward. The current state of the game, she's overall good. I foresee her having more synergy as time goes on, as it really seems like they're probably going to lead into the TOT and the Saturday morning squad. But as far as what she is right now, you're not using her at your wall, then her buff doesn't matter. But she could, in the scenario of an AA, get to a harder wall than using someone else, you know. Like, her buff will carry you harder than other potential champions if you're not using your ideal formation, while benefiting from her speed. Wait, did Tyredack say Dark Warrior is not wrong? I mean, I have to throw Dark Warrior a bone every now and then. I mean, at this point, he's talking to us from the grave, which is a pretty impressive feat. How you doing, Void? As you can see, we have these people left on the bottom in the waiting room. We've done everyone else in this seat. So we have Makos, we have Drizzt, we have Aila, and we are now ranking Diana. You think having such a strong buff that doesn't need to be positional is really strong? I don't see that is kind of the problem though, Sinux. That actually is a problem, not a benefit, because so many DPS are positional based. That actually is a knock against her because Warduke needs positionals, Artemis needs positionals, Kron needs evil, so I do think we should start leaning away, or at least equalizing that. I agree with that, and she might be a first step to getting to that point. As far as the game is right now, positionals are important. They just are what people are leaning toward. I hope we get to a point where we can equalize that, but it is a benefit for the AA, though, that the AA doesn't need positionals. But you'll fry breath pot and go full speed team. You're a spoopy ghost. She thinks she belongs in A+2, Kaius. I was teetering between A+ and A-. I wish she was available for more true formations, right? Hopefully we get there. Her speed is still crazy good. She's still good for the Electrums. She still can buff good numbers with a pre-stack. She just has synergy issues right now. Tyredack versus the chat. Yeah, but positionals are also hard to work with. Even in Artemis team, she works well because you can fit her in awkward spots. If you're just looking to speed with an Artemis team, sure. I would never, ever, ever, ever recommend using her with Artemis, though. Like, that's just something I would never recommend someone. You just argue against invented suboptimal use cases. Like, I do get where you're coming from, though, Sinux. I think for the current state of the game... You mean restrictive variants? I mean, yeah. And she still does have good numbers, but even a mediocre positional, being observed, is likely going to be better for Artemis. But at the end of the day, it's not a wasted slot, absolutely not. But yeah, it's just not synergistic, and I think that matters. But she's still an A+, so I can live with that. I think that's good. I truly hope we see more potential formations open up, though. I really do hope they do something cool with the Saturday morning squad. I would like to see them lean into branching out a bit more. She's literally Champ 2 in her own affiliation. You have to consider how good she is without her crew. You feel if IC didn't lean so heavily on positionals, then Diana would be used in every formation? Maybe not every formation, but yeah, no. She'd be seen in a lot. Doubtful if she's stronger than Birdsong buff-wise. She'll scale better than Birdsong eventually, right? Well, I guess it really does depend on the formation at that point. But yeah, no, I'm okay with that. I like that. I just wish she was more useful for other formations. But we will move on from the Diana. Will she? Birdsong is a 10 stack pre-stack. Again, I think it'll depend on the formation. Because I think Yeah, with feats. Well, we'll look into Birdsong soon, and then we'll compare and contrast. Yeah, Diana gets up to a 10 stack as well, unless you're leaning into her right spec, which is a higher base pre-stack number with 8. But yeah, let's see here. This reaches 10%, though you have to fall back. I don't have her leveled that hard, I don't think. Yeah, I have her in the 500 to 600 range, so a little bit of investment. And I'm getting E25 to E27 with her, depending on... But again, you have to consider event buffs as well. But let's see now. We've got Morgaen, I think we had Nordom next. Yeah, someone wanted the yes man. Oh, Nordom. Definitely one that's hard to rank, because Nordom has a giant asterisk next to him. Because if you need to level Modron cores, get Nordom. Get Nordom if you're leveling Modron cores. Get Nordom if you're leveling Modron cores. If you're not, don't get Nordom. So he's always a harder one to rank. But we'll go through his whole kit. Form orderly ranks. Nordom increases the damage of all champions in the column ahead of him by a crappy amount. S tier early game. You think Nordom utility is worth putting him with speed champions? Potentially. D-, but really useful to have for about an hour. More than an hour. But, so. But Norman, your gem farm overnight. Got my core from 1 to 14 overnight. That's pretty quick. Did you have the event buffs to that, or are you talking in the past? So, rule of law. Nordom increases the effect of form orderly ranks by 100% for each lawful champion in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. We'll go through some lawfuls, but let's also use that emote as I respecialize him. Show me those emotes. It was like 2 weeks ago? Okay. Unless you invest a ridiculous amount of item levels into him, is he really that much better for core leveling than Diana? Yes. But if you had to choose between the two, I'd still recommend Diana before him, probably. You joined Idle just before he dropped his stupid good early game. You just joined Nordom in your gem farm too? Yeah, if you're looking to level the core, he's worth putting in your gem farm while you're leveling your core. Anyway, piercing bolts. Enemies hit by Nordom's gear spirits attack take gear spirits. I don't remember it being called that. Take 100% more damage for the next 10 seconds. Stacks 2 times additively, and the timer resets if it applies again before the 10 seconds are up. So a minor debuff for what he attacks. Nordom gear spirit attacks explode upon impact, pushing the targets back. So you're choosing between a minor debuff and a knockback. That's about it. Probably take the knockback or the debuff, just depending on what you need. He doms them Nords. You feel like if Nordom had a pre-stack for his lawful work, it'd make him a bit better. Not enough for you to constantly, but better at least. Yeah. For sure. We'll throw some lawfuls out here just to see how hard it can scale. Let me pull up a list. Oop, that's not the right list. Alignment. Lawful. I guess that's true. The season of Lar. We could throw out some of them. The unaffiliated law. Let's see. Barrowin, yeah, we already have her. Nrak. For some reason, I always forget Nrak is lawful. It just, I don't know. There's something about that seems weird. Not weird, I guess, but, yeah. Gromma's new. We could get Grom out. Well, not new, but reworked. Sentry. I think my Celesta's locked, so we'll go with... Oh, Lazel is neutral, actually. Or, neutral, lawful. Sure. Let's see. Shadowheart? Shadowheart. Right now you're lawful, so yeah, sure. And since we'll not see her very often, why not? Birdsong is lawful. Oh, wait. Feel like we need more Modrons in this game. That would be interesting to see. I would rather see a couple other races first, but it could be interesting for sure. He's a gimmick champ that's best at what he does. You just gotta decide if it's that important to you. Yeah. The Githzerai are a lawful race, and monks are a lawful class. Doesn't seem weird to you? No, yeah, there's just something like in my brain. Like, it doesn't not make sense. It's just like, I just don't think about it for some reason. Since the Modron March is staying, you feel like that would be the perfect event to add more Modron champions. Yeah, we'll see in, what, a year? So, we've got a full slot of 10, and look at that, it went from an E8 to an E11. Wow. So yeah, you're never going to scale Nordom that hard as far as damage buffing goes. You think they could fix a lot of, I wish there were more blank race in the game, they could introduce more glitches. Yeah, I think a natural champion of a race is a better thing to do than glitches, but glitches are a fun thing. Because it is cool to have the identity of something tied to something unique, you know? But yeah, the biggest reason you're going to be using Nordom is Modron Core Toolbox. Nordom increases the amount of experience gained on the Modron Core attached to this adventuring party when completing new areas. Yeah. So, if you're leveling Modron cores, Nordom is a go-to. As soon as your cores are leveled, he's pretty much useless. There are very, very rare scenarios where you will pick Nordom over someone else if you're just looking for a buffer. It's just a fact. You're probably not going to have a full 10 stack of lawfuls, so you're not even going to reach where I'm at. I mean, obviously with investment that changes. I'm full epic around 200, but you just, as far as numbers go, man, that's just bad. Not even average. It's bad. Modron Zorbu skin, that could be fun. It would almost make sense to making like the artificers or the inventors have Modron skins. It wouldn't be fully out of style. Diana Modron glitch. That'd be a weird one. So yeah, that's what's always so hard to rank about this boy. But we'll go ahead and look at his availability. As Nordom is neutral, not available for Mert. Let's see if there's any ability. Yeah, no ability score increases. So will be available for Vajra, will be available for Strahd with that con and int, but will not be available for Zariel with a very low charisma. Will be available for Elminster for a while yet, released 731 days ago, so a little bit left on that, which is probably, other than Modron cores in restrictive runs, where you might see use with him a little bit, is in restrictive Elminster runs, maybe. But because of these 2 8s in Wisdom and Charisma, he will be locked out of those for his for the Day 1 Trials restrictions. So, locked out of 2 patrons and locked out of 2 Day 1 Trials. Slightly above average, not good, but not bad availability. Yeah. Previously, on Dragon Ball Z, we had Nordom on the kind of middle ground of B minus. You use Nordom quite a bit for the knockback, and that's fair to mention as well, is that Nordom is ranged and has a knockback, so technically can be somewhat useful for a Solog team, but there are overall better options. A lot of people will probably prefer Morgaen in the same slot over Nordom, but Morgaen isn't the greatest, but we'll go over her shortly. Reminds you of Evil Edna from the old cartoon Will-O-the-Wisps. Why do I know that, but I can't place that? Needs to gatekeep A tier just to look at that face. Look at it. Look at that face. Used to use Nordom in prepping Azaka farms. I can see that being a use for Nordom. I gotta look that up though. Evil Edna from Will-O-the-Wisps. I feel like I should know that. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Yeah. For those curious, let me make sure nothing weird is on there. For those curious, this is what we're talking about. Not that. This is what we're talking about as far as a reference for what Nordom kind of looks like, according to Ravenous. See, I see. Well, let me look it up over here so it doesn't pull up like something bad. Yeah. This is what I see when I look at Nordom, is the yes man from New Vegas. That's what I see. You haven't done Azaka farm in months, so you don't know if that's still a thing yet. I mean, Azaka's a lot rougher than it used to be, but not A tier, a tier. That being said, you think Diana knockback might be better than Nordom knockback now? Probably. Yeah, I would assume so. Unless for some reason positioning is wonky and you can't get Diana where you want for a proper knockback. Shaka farm. Maybe he can keep Strahd away from the formation to prevent from healing. Never thought about that. Yeah, there might be some rare scenarios where you'll use Nordom for knockbacks exclusively. It's gonna be rare though. So again, we previously had Nordom in the B-. Definitely a harder one to just flat rank. Because again, big asterisk. If you're doing cores, get Nordom. You would let it fall? Yeah. I can see staying vaguely in the same rank at the very bottom of B-, but it's champions like this that are hard to fit within a tier list for sure. C+ potentially. See, I do think the niche of leveling cores is pretty high value though. B- value? Because you don't need Nordom either. It just helps. I feel like he belongs around Beetle and Grim. Less useful than anyone in C+, unless you need cores leveled. Although I can kind of see him in C+, looking at that tier as well. Oh, why do I feel heat coming from that? It's too hot for heat coming out of there. Come on. I mean, C+ kind of is that weird bracket right now that I think he kind of does fit in, actually, the more I look at it. I do kind of see him somewhere in the C+, but where? Maybe a higher C+, above Black Viper? Just behind Evandra? Maybe? What do you guys think? If we have him in C+, where does he go? B meanest. Good points. You guess around boy and dragon. You want to put him with speed champs, but he's not worth that much. Yeah. After Jarlaxle. A lot of Soloks. I could see maybe just above Solok, just behind Brunner. Still thinking the bottom of B minus. Thing is based on everything we've been doing, the C plus has a lot of the people that were kind of in the B minus range. That's kind of almost become what it used to be. Dark. I still don't know anything about that story. Put him above Evandra for sure. Evandra can be very important for pushing Witchlight. Arna's hard to level with some way better speed champions. And with a time acceleration based speed champion in that seat, that does give him slightly less value. That being said, he still has good value for leveling cores, but as soon as that's done, you're dropping him in most cases. Isn't Evandra E19? You mean the buff she can reach? The problem is just she only buffs neutral with it, if that's what we're talking about. And the contracts are more value with those speed champions. I wouldn't even recommend investing that hard in Nordom, even if you need those cores leveled. I don't hate that placement for Nordom. It is a harder one to rank. And again, big ol' asterisk on anyone who doesn't know how all this works. I do recommend Nordom for leveling your Modron cores if you need to level your cores. Other than that, I don't. Unless you desperately need knockbacks. Very temporary thing, he's good at that, but if you missed him, this event is fine, just 4-jump and you'll... Yeah, that's the thing. If you do have a dedicated speed team, you don't even need Nordom to level your cores. You need a neutral patron named Greg. Yeah, I think this is a good spot for Nordom. I think it is. Strange champion. Could be more fun. Greg Birdskin. Greg Bird. Oh, hi Virgil. Didn't mean to click you. How you doing? Let's see. Hi, your Dark Warrior. Your dinner is ready. If you could do Morgaen or something you don't have to fight about next, that'd be great. I was actually thinking about doing Morgaen next anyway, since we were talking about ranged. So, yeah, we'll probably move on to Morgaen. So we got Morgaen, Uriah, Shaka, Jaheira, and Birdsong. We'll move on to Morgaen. It's a proper one to move to. How are they gonna hire a dead person, Dark Warrior? I mean, performing a seance every time they want your input, that's hard, you know? Morgaen, however it's pronounced. I don't know. Look at these funky letters. Tied to the Acquisitions Incorporated, did not get buffed along with the Acquisitions Incorporated. Kinda got left in the dust a little bit. She's not terrible. When she first came out, a long time ago, she was kinda good. But they don't have to pay dead people? Oh, fair. Wait, I'm not going to dive into that. Morgaen, that's how it's pronounced. Morgaens. So, she is a support and gold find, kind of, like is, but, so, Morgaen collects 25% of all gold dropped by enemies, but in turn increases the damage of adjacent champions. Increased by 5% for each order of magnitude gold that Morgaen has collected, stacking additively. The collected gold persists through resets. Pretty sure it's pronounced Morgaen. I don't know, man. I'll just call her Morgaen. Isn't the person who made this character also just named Morgaen? I don't know. I could be wrong on that. That could be my brain being stupid. Basically, all that means is you're going to want to slot Morgaen in one of your high-end gold farm runs real quick to reach as high as you can, and that'll buff it up. You're just memeing. Well, I still just don't even know is a thing. But yeah, so that increases it a little bit. It's not a crazy increase, but as soon as you get the flat high number in whatever range you're pushing as far as your gold farm goes, that's all you need to do for that. Now, she does increase the damage of all champions for each gold find champion in the formation as well. So you can scale it up harder with that. Are you going to want to focus exclusively gold find champions if you're using her? Probably not. These days, she kind of has two uses. To either boost the other options are scalings of Acquisitions Incorporated, or to be used with a ranged team with Solok. More so Ac Inc. these days than Solok. That's a very niche formation that just some people enjoy. To be fair, you did sprites and stages for Mugen when you were a teen designing stuff for this. Wow, I haven't thought of Mugen in a minute. I used to watch Salty Bet a lot in early Twitch days. Whew. So yeah, we could just put in a bunch of gold find for the sake of doing it, just to see how it scales. I mean, Vi is Ac Inc. and gold, so yeah, that'll work. Who else? We could do Dran, Certainty Dran, and Omen for gold on top of that as well. And they gave Jim the gold tag with Mimics, right? Yeah. So yeah, we can get all them in there to synergize with her as a part of their affiliation. So let's see, who else was I thinking? Right, Vi. I don't care, whatever. Let's see. I guess we could dip into other synergies. Yeah, he's got the gold. I forget, did they actually give Cthulhu the gold tag? No. Okay. Let's see, would anyone else from these for the gold tag? I don't think so. Cthulhu and Donner have gold tag. Yeah, no, Cthulhu does not have the gold tag. I just looked. No gold tag. Yeah. I thought he might as well, but I couldn't remember. But yeah, no gold tag. Go straight for Omen right spec. I'm just selecting specializations. I'm just slotting people. Yeah, I don't think anyone else from their affiliation can count as gold at this point. So, yeah. Now we'll just throw in... So, if you're using Ac Inc., this is how hard it's going to scale, up to an E9. Not the greatest, but we'll throw in more to just see its maximum scaling. Polton for the memes? Why not? I mean, that's fair. There is some, like, distance synergy there, yeah. Yeah. Because Strix and Evelyn will not offer gold. So let's get some more gold in here. Let's throw in Rust. And let's throw in... Actually, there isn't any golden 8 anymore, is there? Not that Narak ever had that tag, but... Like a cousin you don't talk about. Let's get Astarion and... Dahani. Oh, Beetle and Grim. That's fair. That's fair. Merylwyn better? Yeah. But not tied to the affiliation. So... Yeah, that didn't even boost it that much more anyway. So yeah, you're not going to have to rely on that. Friends and Wealth at 10. We're only stacking it up to an E9. Not great. She does have another buff to offer, so we're not done yet. But, or no, that's right. That is... I'm being stupid. It doesn't... Wow. Increase the damage of all champions. It is its own damage increase. I was reversing that. That's my mistake. So yeah, that is its own flat buff on top of that. Yeah. Whew, that was woof. Sorry. So those are the two different buffs. We were stacking this up a different way, which we'll explain in a second. So yeah, Friends and Wealth is its own buff. She is a double buffer, but it itself doesn't get that high, as we're looking at an E7 for a full 10. You need to form them ranks with Omen. Huh? That could definitely be pre-stack, yeah. If Morgaen was ever to be looked at, this being pre-stack would be a huge thing. And messing with her specializations to better scale paid up front. She does have a lot of potential utility, not utility, but free range with her specializations for her positioning. Why C10 level indicator is not yellow? What? What are we talking about? The Kubele? YC10 level indicator is not yet. Oh, right here. Yeah, I don't know. That just happens sometimes. I don't know why it does that. I see what you're saying. I see. It just does that for me sometimes. I don't even know why. Let's see if we can, yeah, he can't even level up once. So yeah, I honestly don't know. That just happens for me. Yeah, we'll pop a re-specialization potion, get your emotes ready. Let's level progress, yes, but he's fully leveled, so it should be full, all things considered. Next time I look at check, I better see at least one re-specialization emote. Huh, there it is. There's Rondo with it. Because C&E is buggy, yeah. So, with her specializations, you will first choose who it applies to via continues to apply to adjacent, applies to non-adjacent, only applies to champions in front of Morgaen, or only applies to champions behind her. So she is very wide open for her positioning within your formation. Is he exactly at his max level rather than over-leveled? Zoomed in and we can see that's not the case. I can't even level him once, so what do you mean? He's definitely over-leveled past his max level. As is everyone else. Anyway, so in this case, we don't even have anyone we're really buffing. We'll just stick with adjacent. Then she will increase her paid up front buff, either, and she will get this option twice, so you'll be able to pick two of these, either a flat 300%, or increased by 75% additively for each champion adjacent to her, which we currently have 6 adjacent, so we'll take that one. And now we're left with, again, the flat 300, or increase the effect of paid up front by 20% for each enemy attacking a champion within 2 slots of Morgaen, additively, max 20. So that can stack up decently if you can take the hits. Or increase the effect of paid up front by 10% for every second an enemy isn't killed. So if you're at a wall, this will stack up and become overall better at time. We're just going to take the flat 300% because we're not at a wall, so this won't stack up. We're not getting hit, so this won't stack up. So, all things considered, we're back up to that 3 E9. Morgaen sucks, where she's a speed putty mode. What? Look at the gold. The gold. Do I have? Yeah, I do have my. So yeah. I feel like she has good mechanics, but her numbers need working. The fact they didn't touch her on the season is unfortunate because she's a part of Acquisitions Incorporated, and she's kind of the only one now that is kind of the black sheep of the group. She is a double buffer, and thus she's reaching combined average numbers. You're not going to have Friends and Wealth at 10 out of 10 every time, but if you're with Acquisitions, you're going to have it at least roughly in this range, if nothing else. No, I took one too many away, didn't I? No, either way. An E6. Shadow Chaos King, love your list. Thank you, and welcome. How you doing? You love the concept of her taking gold but giving a buff from it. It'd be nice if the buff was better. Yeah. And that is the funny thing, if you also did have Cthulhu, they're both stealing gold from you, which is I think is funny. At the end of the day, we're talking a 10% reduction and a 25% reduction, which really isn't that much. All things considered, with the way math works in this game, they're not really taking that much from you, all things considered. Cthulhu could stand to have the gold tag to synergize with the C team and the Acquisitions Incorporated as a whole. There's definitely some tinkering they could do to make all of them work together better. Hopefully they do as time goes on. Most people also don't have that much paid up front. Yeah, to reach even acceptable numbers, you don't need to go that hard. It's an additive stack. Additive tapers off very hard, very quickly. You're gonna get okay numbers from even having minor gold collected, honestly. You're great, you're watching some Seed 4 on YouTube? Ah. Well, welcome to the live. So yeah, she definitely needs some love in her numbers. Yeah, not the worst though, but again, not the best. In the past, you were annoyed about the fact she has the gold tag, but nobody says those to mean they buff gold, just they interact with gold. Yeah, and I'm okay with that description, but in that scenario, then Cthulhu needs the gold tag, right? And I hope he eventually gets it, because that gives more synergy with Morgaen and the Acquisitions as a whole. I think they will if they ever look at Cthulhu. Hopefully, we do. I think this affiliation, they're already good, because a lot, like, the changes to Vi, Jim, Omen, huge, right? They actually, and Evelyn, they all perform really well. Certainty's not bad. Your paid up front is E8. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if we get the opportunity to get a formation that looks like this, and they all actually put up good numbers and work well together, we can make this a good affiliation. Let's see, who am I missing from Strix, right? And Evelyn. I mean, rocking something like this could be fun to do, right? I'm sure I'm missing someone. I know I'm forgetting someone, but if she kills a creature, she causes it to drop double gold. The problem with it is that she is not a DPS, so will never actually kill a creature. Yeah, not only that, has no form of bud either, right? Like, uh-oh. Dark Warrior getting that inversion. You just started this week and you got Krydle due to you talking about him so highly. Krydle's very good. He definitely has his use and is a decent buffer. Might not see synergy with every formation out there, but Krydle is a good tool to have. But is it chaotic inversion? But yeah, so hopefully we see this affiliation as a whole come together. That does leave out Polton. And does it leave anyone else out? I don't think so, right? This is everyone, right? But Polton's kind of left in the dust. Yeah. But so, we just need a little bit of working, and these guys can work together pretty good. We just need Cthulhu to be looked at a little bit. We need Donner to be looked at a little bit. Morgaen and Rosie. I mean, Walnut can squeeze in there as well. So there is actually some anti-synergy between the two. But, wow. Not thinking. You can't fit them all in because you have Polton and Walnuts sitting out right now. But, yeah, I don't know why I'm even leveling her, but... Boop, 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 boop. Dark Warrior's having some fun with that. You're still stuck on how to do Crydal 1600? What was the 1600 challenge for him? I forget. Crydal starts on the formation and cannot be moved, removed, or swapped out. Only champions with charisma score of 15 plus. Okay. Yeah. That is a severe restriction for him for sure, but... How come not all of Waffle Crew is not in the game? C&E prefers pancakes. Okay, now we have to ask. Pancakes or waffles? We're talking a well-made version of both, too, right? There are bad pancakes and bad waffles, but pancakes or waffles? Tell me in chat. I'm a waffle man myself. A really good pancake can be good, but I think waffles naturally crisp up better. There's too much fluff in a pancake for my taste. A waffle gets that perfect amount, when done right, of a crisp outer shell with the proper amount of fluff inside. He's clearly harvesting data for his sponsors. Oh, you know I'm rolling in that sponsor money. Also waffles. A good waffle is toasty and nice. Exactly. Waffles are superior. They have syrup containers. Yeah. A little harder to spread the butter on them, though, right? Pancakes if you're the one cooking, otherwise waffles. That's fair. If you know how to make the perfect pancake for yourself. Mmm. Oh. Waffles, crepes, American pancakes, Scotch pancakes. I'm not a huge crepe fan, actually. Crisp, buttery waffle, or blueberry, rather. I think my mind just switched to butter now. Tuesday's going to be sponsored by Eggo. I wish. Give me something. give me some kind of money. Waffles are easy enough to make with waffle batter. Not that much more work than pancakes. Not supermarket fake waffle. I'm talking like a well-made from scratch waffle versus pancake is what I'm talking about for this conversation. Thank egg. There's an egg emote for you. Maybe the egg emote can be just my bald head, like the top and bottom, and then that can be the bald emote and an egg emote. Make waffles and crepes with the same batter, just different shapes. I've just never been into crepes in general. I don't understand the hype behind them. Put your bald head on Egbert. I don't think that'll work so well. You make waffles, or no. You should share the recipe. I don't have any good recipes. I just find a highly rated one online and throw a little more cinnamon and nutmeg than they recommend. Hey, Egbert. Doesn't have to be from scratch in your opinion. You don't demand that you grind your own flow. Heisenbert. It's not required that you... Sugar Shack and Maple Tree Farm. Caius, you're digging too deep again. Alright, back to Morgaen, as we got on a tangent there. Let's look at her availability. Let's see here. I keep going to the wrong tab. Wrong tab. She's not the greatest here. She is neutral, so not available for Mert. As far as ability score increases go, she has none. So that means her con will not qualify her for Vajra. She does have the int for Strahd, but will not have the charisma for Zariel, and was released 1,592 days ago, so will not be available for Elminster, meaning she is only available for one of the 5 patrons, and because of the Day 1 Trials restrictions, she will be locked out of Charisma. So, okay for Trials, locked out of 1, not good for patrons, only available for Strahd. So not great availability. Pancake syrup is not acceptable. She's available to not be used. C+ just because of AI. Is there a reason for him missing? For who missing? Shadow. Who's missing? Oh, did you mean Diath in your previous comment? Yeah, there's a whole story there. Tied to Xander. You can look it up. It's a whole cancel culture thing that they did. There were wow, I can't. Why can't I talk? I keep wanting to say accusations against the person who Diath was based off of. Became Xander though, so if you're looking for Diath, it's just Xander. Now you guys are just hard on Maple. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, no reason to apologize. You're fine. I have no problem talking about that stuff. Some people get skittish about it, but they set a precedent that other people should probably have been changed if they're going to change that character. But whatever. Transformed into Xander at the insistence based on Diath's player's behavior. Yeah, it that went up and down though. And there is more evidence that even more people are crappy, and he may not have been quite as crappy as they canceled him for. So yeah, it's one of those things. What? I don't even know what you got blocked. I don't care. I'm going too loud. I don't even know what you're trying to say though. Dark Warrior. Hot take, you don't like syrup. It has its place. So, as far as where we ranked Morgaen before, she was sitting in the, I believe the B minus, just like, yeah, right next to Nordom. Stay on the shelf for less discerning folk to consume. You're just starting watching, you're really new to D&D, okay. Where do we think Morgaen is going? Let's look at the current updated list. You feel like since the rest of her affiliation rework, she has drifted down. At the same time, because her affiliation is better, she can help scale them in some ways, and therefore she still has use because they're better. But as a whole, as numbers have gone up in the game, her overall kit is definitely lower, less important than it used to be. She still fits right next to Nordom, potentially. She doesn't scale them enough to not use Birdsong instead or whatever. Yeah. For a wheel with AI, potentially, yeah, that could be a good fit because of her easy-to-use positional. She can customize her positional ability, yeah. It's nicely below Nordom in D. D for stealing your gold. 25% of your gold when you're having E hundreds of multipliers. 25% is nothing. You need Tyredack's Discord so you can rot his brain with cursed edits. Oh no. Maybe I will never make my crap shack public. Two mediocre buffs puts her above most of the bottom tier. Both of her buffs are below mediocre, and combined make her mediocre. I could still see her in C+ next to Nordom for sure. At least in that range somewhere. I could see her falling to C- as well. I don't think she'll get to quite D range, but you're not going to fight about it so long as she's below B-, it's fine. You don't care enough about her to fight. You care enough about everything to fight, Caius. Your personality is to fight. What do you mean? Mid D plus C-. Still talking about McDonald's. I could see her going... What do we think about just behind Gazric? What do we think about that? In the C- just behind Gazric. How are we feeling about that? Because everyone above that spot has a more unique either mechanic or synergy to some degree. You'll take it, you can agree with that. You're about to say, is she as good as Nerds who has a niche in the middle? Yeah. You think she's above Gazric? I think Gazric has more overall utility you might use him for. He still has good gold find. He has ways to stack weather for Virgil. He adds to that affiliation speed mechanic should you need to use it. He is available for Elminster for a little while longer, whereas she isn't. I think Gazric edges her out a little bit. Something down with table syrup. See, you have forsaken the fight against Idle Champions placements, and you're now fighting against syrup. Gavric can still add to the rivals, yeah. I think they're close, all things considered, but I do think Gazric edges her out. But more to the... I do see someone saying Viconia. Do Viconia's mechanics place her above? Definitely above Viconia. It is an interesting topic, but I like this placement for Morgaen. Something tells me, and this isn't a spoiler kind of thing, I do think the rest of the acquisitions incorporated are going to be looked at in the future. At some point via Cthulhu, Donner, Morgaen. I think they're all viable options to be looked at in the future. Will they? Who knows? You can never tell where they're gonna go, but... Priorities matter. Syrup. Syrup is so low priority for me. The amount of times I have syrup a month, I can count on one hand. So, I'm in no fight for the syrup. Dark Warrior. here. Don't make me blast you again. Alright, yeah, I think that's okay for Morgaen, though. Yeah, it is unfortunate that Viconia, while having a synergy, doesn't synergize with Dynahair then, but yeah. Buffs may be mediocre, but her spec makes her flexible. I think you've got her in the right place. Trying an AI team right now, she doesn't even have a place in it. If you're going full AI, who... I mean, she's better than Walnut. Oh, let's not talk about Ranch. I'm a Ranch hater. Everyone else in my life loves Ranch. I'm a Ranch hater. But, Alright, let's see. Excuse me. Down with Ranch. You like ranches? Horses give a place for a nice atmosphere. Caius, I swear to God, I'm just gonna slap you. You don't like ranch either, which is weird because you otherwise love dill. In England, we don't have ranch. I'm not even sure what it tastes like. Like, honestly, to me, ranch just isn't even good, man. I don't even know how to explain it. Not good cream sauce. Okay, that's fair. Cool Ranch Doritos are delicious. That I will say. You can find it in England, unfortunately. The American sauces I will stan are barbecue-based sauces. Most barbecue sauces are excellent. Ranch tastes like sour sadness, yeah. Sour cream thinned with milk and spices. Probably, yeah. And I also hate sour cream, so, you know. That's a me. That is a visceral thing for me, though. Like, if I smell sour cream, it actually hits my, like, gag reflex. And I have a pretty strong stomach for smells and stuff like that. There's just something in my brain. Sour cream is like, nope, nope. Nobody does barbecue like Americans. Just discovered eel sauce. I've never had that. There's like 9 different types of amazing barbecue that no one else competes with. Catalina and Thousand Island. Thousand Island's okay in the right scenario. Apparently somehow vinegar and high fructose corn syrup works well with meat. Yeah, sweet and savory goes together. Hey man, barbecue and burgers, fries, ice creams, America. Well, shakes, I guess. More so with the diner theme. Alright, let's see. We've got Jaheira, Shaka, Brother Uriah, and Birdsong left. Can we cover Jaheira next? We certainly can. Jaheira. Korean barbecue is pretty good, but yeah. There's a lot of Korean barbecue I love and some I don't like, but Korean barbecue is certainly good. They make good spicy wings too. Really sweet, though it's kind of gross. Some you can get overly sweet for sure. Yeah. So, Jaheira. Part of the Heroes of Baldur's Gate, and also pseudo-synergy with the absolute adversaries, as she does have a Ceramorphosis feat, which was a recent addition. She's not... She definitely got better, and she's good. Is she the best? No, but she's good. We'll take a look at everything she offers. She will gain Class Act, and you will choose this via her specializations. She is currently on Spell Slingers. Let's explain her... We'll explain her kit before going into her specializations. But yeah, she is a potential option as a DPS and a support to fit 4 out of 4 folk hero stacks from Will, because she is a fighter and a druid. So if you match half-elf, fighter, druid, heroes of Baldur's Gate, she can become 4 out of 4 folk hero. But with class act, she will increase the damage of a combination of 3 to 4, depending on the specialization, sets of classes. Currently on spell slingers, because clerics, wizards, sorks, and locks, I was using it with Dirge earlier. Dirge is a sork, so that is why I have it on spell slingers. If you're going to use Jaheira, you're going to use one of her classes if you want her to be the DPS. And thank you for the follow, Zero Threshold. How you doing? Hey, what's up, Shakens? If you haven't checked them out yet, you should look at the new emotes. And if anyone has any recommendations for follower... Well, we're at the max follower emotes, but I do need more sub emotes. So yeah, if you can think of any sub emotes, let me know. Too many humans, not enough druids. Yeah. Finally made it to one of these. Who have you missed? Welcome, Zero. We don't have too many left. We've gone through a lot of them, but we are now on Jaheira, and we still have Birdsong, Shaka, and Brother Uriah. So we've covered a lot of them so far. You discovered my cat emote. And with that, thanks for coming. But yeah, we still got a chunk to go, so we're still live for a while. Don't worry about it. I love seeing my cat in a Twitch chat emote form. She's hiding now. Can't show her off. She went into hiding. And Kane's thighs, of course. Yes. I thought about making Kane's thighs a sub emote, but I think it works good as a follower emote. So, she will buff the group of classes she selects. Keep that in mind, that will matter later. She also gains a favored foe mechanic, which you also choose through her specializations. We're keeping it at beasts for now, because we're killing beasts in this area. When an enemy of her favored foe type is attacked by any champion, she gains a hunter stack. These increase her damage by 200% per stack, and increases the effect of Class Act by 100% per stack, stacking additively. Maximum 20 stacks. Stacks are reset when you change areas. This matters for another mechanic. However, in this area, with the 20 stack, she's reaching an E5 and an E4 for these buffs. But that is one way we are boosting Class Act, because we have the 20. But she also has Battle Focus. After 20 of her favored foes have been killed, this ability activates and she becomes more focused, increasing the effects of Fierce Hunter until you change areas. So, as long as you have killed 20, she is increasing Fierce Hunter. But then she also has Persistent Focus. Jaheira gains 1 stack of Persistent Focus every 10 seconds while in Battle Focus. Remember this one. Is active, and 1 stack when it expires. This increases the damage of all champions, including herself, by an amount per stack, stacking additively. So, we're stacking that up, and that's another flat buff. So she's a double buffer, with Class Act and Persistent Focus. For herself, technically a triple buffer, with Fierce Hunter, as she is either increasing her damage and Class Act. So that is a slight buff to herself as a DPS, but we're not talking crazy numbers there. But then she also has Unity, increasing the effect of Class Act for each champion affected by it, stacking multiplicatively. So we're going to slot in some other spell slingers in a second to see how much that scales. Cat to pay respects. Karlak abs sub emote. Maybe. B5-5 split here to make the most of Ceramorphosis. With Fighter and Druid being the majority, there are no Druids in those affiliations other than Jaheira. Cardinal and Shadowhearts can add enough half-elves to make the majority to steer clear of Minsk and Dynaheir. Yeah. It's become more... Will's Folk Hero is just rough to work with, no matter who you're doing it with. Other than Nerds is probably the easiest. My cat. You gotta have Gromma for the druid if you want the 4/4. Gromma's a good option now. There are precious few druids. Yeah. I mean... Yeah, what, like 5, right? Let me see. Let me pull up a list of druids. Oh, there's a lot more now. There's a few I forgot were multi-classed into druid. I mean, there is definitely options. The reworked Gromma's a big one, though. I forgot Jang Sao was druid. We just covered her, too. Abs emote. Yeah, I know Dark Warrior wants that, that's for sure. So yeah, let's slot some spell flingers. Get Dirge out here. Let's just take a look-see around. Yeah, but Jang is also a wizard. Yeah, if we're talking will. As a newish player, could you give a few seats to try to get non-core champions? That is something we might work on one of our future tier lists. I think it was Caius who recommended it, is, you know, champions to unlock first. It is almost hard on one hand, too, because you have to consider what are you gunning for, right? Are you looking for a pushing team? Are you looking to try to get a speed team going right away? Like, how new are you talking, Shadow? How many champions other than core do you have unlocked at this point? Shandy was your first time gate. Shandy can be a good one to get early, for sure. 3, okay, so you're really new. You're gonna look to get a speed team going right away. That's what fuels your pushing. I mean, there are some really important early speed champions that are useful right from the get-go. And I would say, we'll get back to this. We'll cover this real quick. I would say some of those options would be Shandy, potentially BBEG, potentially Sentry. Make sure you get Diana from this event while it's active. And yeah, if you're looking to push into a absolute adversary team, which I wouldn't be against, especially a newer player, Lazaapz can be important because she offers you a good amount of speed if you're getting absolute adversary members. And if you're going to focus Dirge as a DPS, which again, as a newer player, I probably would recommend. So yeah, there's a lot of options out there. If you are going Lazaapz, see, and that's the problem too. If you are going to lean into an absolute adversary team, you don't want to get BBEG and Sentry, because their speed is completely different from Lazaapz. So it really does, it does matter who you think you're going to focus on as far as damage goes. Garwa has a good new player guide. I'm sure he does. I haven't checked it out in a long time, so I don't know where that's at right now. But yeah, it really, really does depend though on who you're gonna focus, because you do want to choose a DPS and then decide where you're gonna go with that. If you're going to go in the Baldur's Gate 3 guys, if you're going that route, that's not a bad route to go. They have their own unique speed mechanic through Lazaapz, but that requires you to have multiple of them unlocked, because it scales with that Ceramorphosis that they all offer. Working through his guide on a new account, it's slow and steady to get started, but sets a good base. Okay. Yeah, I just don't know where it goes as far as, like, I really do believe your first choice should be, okay, who's my DPS going to be? Who do I want to focus on? Briv is a great tank, self-healing is big. Yeah. Briv is a great early option. You do need to invest item levels into him to make him pop off. But it is, he can be important because his speed via the jumps offers crazy utility to the game as a whole, but that does take item level investment. Yeah. If you decide to go with absolute adversaries, i.e. Baldur's Gate 3, and get as many Ceramorphosis as you can, Lazaapz's a big one to get early. Dirge as your DPS is important and helps Lazaapz's speed, as any form of Ceramorphosis, which they all offer, increases her speed utility. And then make sure you get Diana. She's an excellent early speed and currently active in this event. But if you're not going to focus absolute adversaries and you're going to go a different route, as far as your main formation goes, my recommendations would change. So yeah, it's more complicated than a lot of people say a lot of times, but because if you don't go Lazaapz for speed, because a different speed formation is probably going to, at the end of the day, outperform absolute adversaries exclusively as speed. But absolute adversaries is an excellent source of early speed and a good formation as a whole with a currently really good DPS. I don't know. it's a hard question to answer. It really is. Because if you're going to go the Artemis meta for damage, my recommendations would completely change. AA can be a general purpose team, not just speed as you're getting started. Yeah, exactly. Because they can serve then as your pushing team and your speed team. And if you want to invest in the Dark Urge as your main damage dealer anyway, it's a great place to start. But if you're not going to use the Dark Urge as your damage dealer, maybe not, you know? But it is something I don't not recommend. You'll be honest, you'd focus AA if you were starting now for your main pushing team, and I personally agree. They are the current big thing right now, and they do offer speed and good damage. And via Dirge, great availability for your damage dealer if you're going to invest in one. Artemis is great and all, and has higher potential, but AA is better at low item levels, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, as far as who to, again, get Diana. Absolutely, Diana helps speed. And she is currently a part of the event, so make sure you get Diana and do what you can with her for this event. That's what you're planning, and they'll be available for a long time for Elminster, yeah. And you won't be unlocking Elminster for a long time, Shadow, because you need 100 champions to do that, so that's down the road a ways. However, even down that road, the absolute adversaries will still be viable for Elminster at that point because they're so new. You think Dinah, Hugh, Melf, Havilar is actually better and easier speed team than AA? Ooh, I don't know if I agree with that. Dinah, Hugh, Melf, and Havilar at low item levels, I do not think is better than AA. What do you consider lower item levels? I think lower item levels is 0 to 100. You hope they release the rest of the Saturday morning cast? Still weird that Dungeon Master wasn't included. They added Strix Evelyn to AC. Yeah, I think DM should definitely be considered part of their affiliation. Or at least have a new specialization option to count or something, for sure. If you go to Tatiana Army, where it's all friends, you get basically one shot without any item levels. Oh, I read, yeah, Tiamat's. I read that Tatiana's. Wow. And I'm guessing you meant Fiends as well. Like, Artemis probably starts out scaling at full epic 1k plus with him and Val, but it's actually a lot of item levels before 4-jump Brevia. And I think, again, once you're reaching that stage of the game too, that's when you're probably starting to reliably farm Trials of Mount Tiamat as well, which gives you enough power to counterbalance that too. Yeah. You feel like they will add DM to the Sunday morning squad when Bobby gets added because Uni is Bobby's friend? Maybe. So if you get your AA team around 100, they can work pretty well. Absolutely, yeah. Now, AA is a great affiliation right now for early pushing and even, in my opinion, investing into, as Dirge is a great DPS to invest into. You got Artemis first time gate before you knew anything about the game because you saw he was the most popular non-BG3 pick. I thought they would be popular for non-gameplay reasons. You then got Steam AA giveaway, but you still use Artemis as DPA with AA support. There's a few, like Karlach and Lazel are still good picks for Artemis as well, yeah. If you want a Karlach emote, I suggest this. It got blanked out. I don't know what you said, Dark Warrior. You get your AA team all together. They work pretty well, to be honest. Yep. With greens and blues and stuff. Now, they're a good early team. They're not a bad option to scale with. They give you speed in the early game on top of just being your pushing team. They are a great early game option that can still scale really good. They do suffer from some availability scattered throughout, but yeah. If I were to recommend something, it would be. Artemis was easier to level when they were giving away free gold potions with seasons. Yeah, especially when he had his season, yeah. Spell it out in the cooldown. So yeah, I mean, that was a side tangent a bit, but yeah. If you're gonna go absolute adversaries, an excellent 2 to start with would be Lazel, Dirge, Dark Urge, Karlach. These are 3 really great champions to help you push a bit. Briv is an excellent speed champion to eventually focus on a lot of your early blacksmithing contracts to get his jumps online. And he's a great healer and tank. You only have 3 pieces. Yeah, they'll come faster as time goes on, yeah. As far as right now, make sure you get some love into Diana from this event, because her speed is useful for everyone. She doesn't fully synergize with the AA, but she's not terrible for them either. We were going over that earlier. Yeah, as far as, yeah. But yeah, Artemis will open a time gate if you leave. There, wow, my brain just read 2 sentences at once. Artemis will get his event probably in January. Yeah, I'm not sure if we know for sure when we're getting him again. Then honestly, you can pick up Artemis supports to fill in spots and availability, because they're all pretty much great in their own right. Like, look at A+, it's mostly people who go with Artemis team. It's just because the game is pushed into such a positional, but yeah. We're gonna get back on track with Jaheira. Finish her off, as that was a big, wow, tangent there. We'll go more into that at the end, if we want to talk more about it. Yeah, so I'll quickly re-go over. She gets Class Act. We'll go more into that with her specializations. She selects classes to buff. Fierce Hunter stacks up, giving her damage and buffing up. Class Act, you see it scaling as now she's killing more. Battle Focus, she buffs up Fierce Hunter. As long as she is killed after 20 favorite foes, you pick her favorite foes with specializations, currently beasts, gaining a stack of persistent focus every 10 seconds while it's active. Scaling up, you can farm this up. It is additive, so it will taper off, but it gives a average to below average buff, depending on item level investment and how much you farmed it up. She will stack it with Unity. The more classes that are a part of her Class Act will scale up Class Act. So let's fill that up with some spell slingers, as that is the one we have selected. So we're looking for those that cast spells, warlocks, sorcerers, wizards, sorcerers, and who? Clerics, right. We're just gonna throw out a couple oath. I'm surprised bards isn't considered in that, actually. Huh. I didn't even think of that before. We're just throwing out to scale it up. We're not making a legitimate formation here. Just looking to get some spell flingers out there. I guess. I didn't want to put Diana out there, but whatever. We're just looking for flingers. So since she is not a spell flinger, she will not count for it, but she can count for others. And right now we should be at a 9 stack. Will you level? Oh, I'm on upgrades, that's why. Wow. Level faster, 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 level faster. Donna, level! There we go. They must not be green for me. They must not be green. There we go. Okay, so. So that's getting up to an E17 now, that we have a 9 stack of the Unity Buffing Up Class Act. So you can scale it up decently. And now that we're considering, she has this E17 buff, she has Persistent Focus with an E8. If she's your damage dealer, she's also getting a bit of damage. She can scale decently. We're not talking top numbers, but decently. Let's take a look at her specializations. Potion emotes in chat. I'll look back over chat. I'm sure I've missed some stuff. I'm trying to push through Jaheira real quick. Sorry. Oh, never apologize here, Shadow. If I didn't want to talk about something, I just wouldn't talk about it, and freely ask whatever you want to. I will cover it at that moment or not. It's fine. Happy to be helpful. Yeah. Thing about ASP teams, you need a full tadpole team, Lazaapz feats to get one shot. It's still a lot of investment for new players. With Dynaspeed, you can get Havilar free from Patreon or use Minsk in the meantime. Managing to get extra time gate pieces. A lot of emotes out of nowhere from Dark Warrior. A lot of more chatting about that. Oh, I didn't actually use it. Okay, where you at? I'm gonna find you. There you are. So, you will choose the class act between Spellslingers, Bruisers, Hybrids, and Baldur's Gate. So, either Clerics, Wizards, Sorcerers, and Warlocks, or Barbarians, Fighters, Rogues, and Monks, or Paladins, Rangers, Druids, and Bards. Interesting that I guess they're kind of hybridy. Or Baldur's Gate, that affiliation, her affiliation. There are a lot of members, some decent options there. She will count for all of these three, as she is a fighter, a druid, and a member of Baldur's Gate. So she will only not count for spell slingers as far as counting for class act. We will swap over to Bruisers for now. And then you choose her favorite foe. You will maintain it is naturally beasts. You can choose to leave it beasts, or make it now trigger off fiends, humanoids, or undead. There are some potential synergies here. There is a member of her affiliation, Viconia, who can force spawn undead, in that then Solus could be persistently farmed through Viconia. Or there's also the option of Dynahair, who's always spawning humanoids, as well as Minsk being able to choose multiple options as well. So you could always be summoning humanoids if you're pairing her with Dynahair. So there are ways to summon these enemies more persistently to farm up her focuses. For the sake of this, we'll just go humanoids for now, since we've already stacked it up. But you can see this has now fallen back to E13 because we don't have Unity's only at 1. We would want to stack up more Bruisers now if we're going that route. So yeah. She does have Ceramorphosis feat, so she can be paired with the absolute adversaries. I just quickly see Dark Warrior getting blocked out again. Die Filthy was a blocked term without my input. That's so funny. So you get any benefit. Two champions have the same favorite foe. Really favored foe? Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of synergies between multiple favorite foe users, but yeah. Only they both have buffs based on it, as opposed to personal damage gains, yeah. Jaheira is good to pair with people who are spawning favorite foes, for sure. Either way. But yeah, overall, her kit isn't bad. You're probably not going to get the full scale of class act. You're going to be somewhere in the middle, but it's still a better than average buff. And if you're using her as a damage dealer, she gets a bit of a boost. And she also is a double buffer with persistent focus. Even if you farm persistent focus hard, it's never going to get super high. But the fact she can pair it with class act for double buffing is still really good. She does have a hidden bud mechanic that they don't detail in her attack, where she attacks the nearest enemy with her scimitar, briefly rooting them in place with vines. Those vines are bud. Every now and then you might see her tick as you're your setting champion, that's just her dipping into the damage with her bud attack. You can see, like right now, her average at the highest point was 761 for me. That's just because her bud was tagging off of my scaling at a certain point. Me and the automod are about to duel if it keeps up this attitude. Fusing her with someone else, but you got her for free somehow. Jaheira used to get mad if a beast died rather than beasts being considered her favorite foe. You find it quite funny that she recently changed to destroying the wildlife? Yeah. Well, it's actually people attacking them, right? So in a way, you could still consider it that. The ability activates and she becomes more focused. Well, no, yeah. She gains... Where was the attacking one? Oh yeah, it's Fierce Hunter. Yeah, it is kind of funny though. You got Havilar through a code. Yeah, I don't think Havilar is through a patron. If that's what we're talking about. I missed a little bit of that conversation pushing through. But you've got Warden. Let's just look at all of them. Yeah, Warden. Or wait, was that just the skin for Warden? No, those also come with the champion, right? Also unlocked, yeah, so Warden, Jaheira, Krond, Azariel didn't have one, did she? Because she did Rhea. Then Elminster. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. These are unlocked, but now they don't. Only Elminster doesn't give. I didn't see one from Zariel either, unless I missed it. Yeah, there's only the appearance of Rhea and Bruner. I don't see one from Zariel either. Jaheira went to Tennessee. So yeah, she's good. Not the greatest, but good. Previously, we had Jaheira in the... I gotta pull up the list here. Oop, there we go. Believe in the B+. As far as where she's gonna go now, she can be used as a DPS, and she's even better considering Will can make her 4 of 4 folk hero. There's not a crazy amount of DPS that can do that. Still kind of annoying to do. Her buff isn't terrible, and she double buffs. One is lower end, but paired with a mediocre to above mediocre buff, that's good buffing. Not the best, but good buffing. She does have some synergy with the AA because she has a Ceramorphosis feat. She's not the best fit in a Ceramorphosis team, but when restrictions hit, she's a viable option. You think above Dadius? I could see that. I was even thinking... I think she's definitely better than C+, with the numbers she can put out and her potential synergies and damage. She also has bud damage, yeah. Being a potential viable DPS, not ideal usually, but a potential viable... Oh, we didn't go over her, we didn't go over her availability, did we? Let's do that real quick. Let's go over her availability. So, being neutral, she is not available for Mert. She naturally has high con, so will be available for Vajra. And remember, she does not have any, or no, she does have a dexterity. I forgot about that one. That will make her available for the dexterity core. That will make her viable for the likes of Zorbu's adjacent buff. Things of that nature. Will not help her with availability as far as patrons and trials, though. So, with Strahd, she will not be available because of the low int. She will be available for Zariel with her strength and charisma both being 15, but she was released 1,466 days ago, so will not be available for Elminster. However, she is available for every Day 1 Trials restriction, which again is important for a DPS if you're choosing to use her for that. So locked out of 3 of the 5 patrons, but available for all Day 1 Trials. Not great, but okay availability. F for Fight You. You feel like above Xeraphon, because at least her spec choices doesn't annoy the ever-loving hell out of you. Careful with that language. Gall Void. Don't you dare say anything other than heck in this stream. So yeah. I can definitely see better than Dadius. She doesn't dip down to C+. Her numbers aren't bad. Are you going to reach her peak numbers every run if you're using her? No. Her ult does tick damage. That's actually a fair point as well. Her ult can be an armor shred, because she will blanket the area in front of the party with a swarm of insects, dealing small amount of damage to all enemies within the swarm every half second. These will armor shred and deal a good amount of AoE damage to enemies. And she does deal bud damage with her own attack, so even if she's not your DPS, she's thrown out numbers on the enemies. She has a decent kit. I think she's pretty good. Definitely not in the range of best of the best. Listen to Dark Warrior knows about it. Automod coming in hot. I don't think Automod blocks hell, does it? She's basically Kent in seat 9. Well, seeing as she used to be in seat 4. Yeah, see, there you go. You can say hell. You should be able to say most things, but Automod does get picky about weird stuff. Let's see hell. Only also meta with AA, which Kent is not. Yeah, most things, nailed it. You think she gets better numbers than Kent in most formations? She's comparable to Kent in a fully farmed Kent, but no, her class act, if you can set it up, 10 of 10, scales better than Kent at that stage. You're probably rarely going to get 10 out of 10 for class act, though. Before you say Artemis, Kent is like the 5th best Artemis. Not 5th, 4th. Kent is the 4th best in that seat. That is an unfortunate thing for Kent, is how hard they decided to throw great DPS positional buffers in that seat. So crazy. You got scared saying it, you watch so many people say things that are more tame. The Automod tends to pick up more what it would construe as sexually explicit to protect streamers, because, like, I know the other day Dark Warrior said, spank her behind, but it was in reference to one champion slapping down another champion on the tier list, but spanking her behind was, you know, sexually explicit. So it tries to catch stuff like that usually. Automod doesn't like being naughty. Yeah. I keep Automod around though because, you know, there are some things I wanted to catch that I might not otherwise catch. That reminds me. I was gonna just go through a list and specifically only block certain words. So I had those words typed in, you know, the N-word and other things to specifically block those. And the previous chat, like the widget, the thing above my camera, you guys up there, I was using a different version of that. And on day one, it was just gonna show my end of it and just show all of the words I blocked. And that was gonna be so funny. Stream 1, if I still use that, it just had all of the words I considered things I wanted to be blocked. Oh man. Shouldn't have fat fingered 5 and 4. Got to ignore the whole thing with the nitpick. Mummy Karlach's abs and Kane's thighs notwithstanding. You can't block my emotes if they approve them. Hey, just know that someone working for Twitch had to look at Kane's thighs to approve that emote, and that brings me joy. Okay, with thighs. Jaheira versus Fen, you think Jaheira might actually win that out? Fen at least has the constant benefit of Patron's Oath, which I think is probably more overall worth the game than Jaheira. Its potential, I do see the potential of Jaheira, like, tipping into B+. I do. Do I? Not even going to read that one out loud, Dark Warrior. Depends on where she is, in part because of Patron. Yeah. Appreciating for the most explicit emote. Well, maybe they like Cane Slice. Who doesn't? Jaheira. Put her next to Aila, the Ponytail Queens. If she gets to B-, I foresee her in a higher B- for sure. If you'd known it was going to be that kind of stream. You don't think she is better than Kent? Kent definitely has better availability, and their overall buffing at peak performance is comparable. Jaheira does have the edge of being 4/4 for Will. You don't like them, you love them. I'm doing a lot of this. I don't usually do this. I'm doing a lot of chin rubbing today when I think, while I play with my cup nipple. The whole time since I've had this out, I'm fingering this thing rigorously. You just can't see it. It probably just never mind. You just notice how far Aila fell. What a drop. I know. All things considered, for the way the game is right now, it hurt me. It hurt me. But yeah. Stroke that girthy beard. But Kent is sadly basically useful for nothing, and Jaheira is useful for AA. I don't think Kent is useful for nothing, but he has fallen in how important his niches were because of how his seat has filled out. The fact they put Karlach there is such a spit to Kent. It really is. Just a better tiefling who is a DPS positional support in his seat. It's just rough for Kent. Yeah, her availability is not good, and debuffing isn't as important as it used to be. She still has a really good sticky debuff, though, and is a good tank. I do think she's a good champion. I do. I was considering putting her in B+, all things considered. All the debuffers fell far unless they had a positional to leech off of. Just based on the current state of the game, which is unfortunate. Don't know if it counts for anything, but you can also get her without spending time gate pieces for Vajra, and that's fair. She is easier to unlock, and you don't have to spend time gate pieces on Jaheira, because you can get her through the patron shop. Yeah, and a hotter tiefling can got wrecked. I mean, if I've learned anything from Dark Warrior being in this stream, it's that he wants to be dominated by Karlach. Man, yeah, I can see Jaheira bleeding into B ever so slightly. B+, rather. Because she can put up good numbers. She is Bud. She has AA potential synergy. She has 4 of 4 Will Vokero synergy. Below Egbert. You think Jaheira working with Wills puts her above Kent? Yeah. Dark Warrior, you have a song? Uh-oh. Kitty. I love seeing my kitty randomly. Want to die? I think you're lying to yourself on that one, Dark Warrior. I see Jaheira getting into B+. I really do, but where? It's in the lower end. Above Jang. I've been torn between these. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking too. Like here, or here. I do think she breaches into B+. Above the trash deer. Shadowheart is better than Karlach. I disagree. Karlach reaches... Shadowheart is really good, though. Don't get me wrong. Really, really good. Karlach can serve as a DPS, a tank, and a support. Excellent in all those roles. Perfect fit for the absolute adversaries. And doesn't even need the absolute adversaries. Has synergy with a lot of other teams as well. Karlach is very good. She does take work, though. She takes time. And she is easier to use, but yeah. Oh, you mean in Baldur's Gate 3? You just mean as waifu material, probably. I see. We... Maybe we'll do a waifu and husbando tier list one day. I think Shadowheart becomes a good waifu, but she is a bitch early on. So what do we think? Are we thinking that's good for Jaheira? I think that's a good spot for Jaheira. What's everyone feeling about that? Valentine would still be S. With all your talk about Lazaapz, I question that, Dark Warrior. I think you would have an internal conflict. Good spot, comfortable with it. I think it's a good spot for Jaheira. I do. That leaves Birdsong, Shaka, and Uriah. We should probably cover Uriah first. He'll be pretty quick. I'm gonna leave that one blocked, Dark Warrior. Not because... not because I don't allow it. I just... no one else needs to see that from you. Yeah, who's this? Who are we covering? Are they in the game? Who's that? Yeah. Brother Urethra, Brother Urine. Played by an excellent voice actor, and person in general, it seems, all things considered. But, alas, not a great champion in the game, mechanically. Valentine is the queen for sure, no competition, so it's not fair to bring her up. If you laughed, why don't the rest of us get to laugh at it? If he can find a way to say it again and not get auto-blocked, I'll leave it. Now it's up to Dark Warrior's creativity. Are you having so much trouble with that? Again, because he's being quote-unquote sexually explicit as far as the automod goes, it's not that he's getting blocked for, like, terrible things. He's just being sexual. Whew. Brother Uriah. Brother Uriah. Part of the Black Dice Society. And in fact, let's see. Brother Uriah, Desmond, Fen, Nahara, Tatiana, Valentine. Yeah, we've covered the rest of them. So the last of the Black Dice Society. For Uriah, the formation should be Deddies and BDS. I don't know why the BDS can't at least have a feat or something to count as Deddies. Sounds like he's not good. He's rough. We'll go over his kit and explain why. Doomed in Darkon. Wrong. You'd have a triple encounter with Karlach and Valentine. I'll let the rest of you discern why he probably got auto-blocked. Uriah D, let's move it along. It's getting late. Caius, shut your mouth. Doomed in Darkon, although I might have a family dinner I need to get to today, but that can be pushed back a little bit. Doomed in Darkon, Brother Uriah increases the damage of all champions in his column, and the column behind him, by not a good amount. Speed pot emote. Speed pot? Oh, for moving it along, I see what you're saying. I could just recolor the one I made, the garbage gimp potion I created with the color inspiration of respecialization. See, but I will never let that influence me to move it along. You don't care enough about Brother Urine to fight for him? Yeah, I don't think anyone does, but I have to go over it. So, some of these affiliations, formation abilities are affected by his specialization choices. Keep that in mind as I go over these quickly, and we'll then go into his specialization choices. But base buff is to increase the damage of those in his column and the column behind for a below average amount. He also has Ezra's Embrace. Brother Uriah heals all champions within 2 slots. This is increased for each formation slot containing a dead champion or an escort, meant to kind of scale with Desmond and the deady synergy of the affiliation as a whole. The heal never gets great, as most heals don't. He's an average to below average healer. In the grip of Azalin Rex. After 100 normal attacks by champions in the formation, Azalin Rex takes over Brother Uriah for 40 seconds. While controlled by Azalin Rex, Brother Uriah increases the damage of Jaheira and evil champions for a low amount. So yeah, both of those together are never going to get crazy numbers. He's dead on average. Uriah P, baby tier, below Walnut, below the list. In a Fortnite tier list? Anyone who wouldn't is lying. Can we agree not to waste time gate pieces on him now? Yeah. A man of truth, dirty, nasty truth. Solid never in the time gate tier list. I don't know about hard never. I'd probably still take him over the likes of a few, but not very many. You got him in a free time gate. You don't regret it because he's an easy slot in Strahd. That's about his only use as being summoned into Strahd in restrictive runs. However, we'll go over his specializations real quick. Pop in that emote real fast. You're going to miss it. Although it might take me a minute to find him here. There he is. Never mind. He has the choice between making undead and fiends his favored foes, and all champions deal an additional lower amount to them, or increasing the effect of the grip of Azalin Rex by another lower amount. So again, we're talking the secondary buff has to stack up, and once it does, then you get that lower buff. So we're talking an E9 plus an E6, equaling a flat average buff. So he's a healer, potentially below average healer. He is an average buffer. Now let's look at his availability. Ooh-ah, 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 ooh-ah. My autism's kicking in, sorry. So, as he is good, he is available for Mert. His constitution is not great, not available for Vajra, and looking through his feats, he has no ability score increases to affect him in any way. He will not be available for Strahd. However, Jaheira can pull him in, so if you're using Jaheira in Strahd, he will be available via the Black Dice Society. Zariel he will be available for with his strength and charisma qualifying, and he was released 465 days ago, so he will be available for Elminster for quite a while yet. And based on his TOT spread, he will only be locked out of the Dexterity Day 1. So always locked out of Vajra and the Day 1 Dexterity, locked out of Strahd unless he gets help from Jaheira. Not terrible availability, not the best, not terrible. He's available for the Speedpot emote, please God. Corzin, 2 trash rant. Dark Warrior, I will eradicate you again, as many times as it takes. 22 wisdom in D&D is crazy? Yeah, no. As far as like a cleric goes in D&D, that would be an excellent thing. Previously speaking, we had him overranked. I'm just calling it what it is. I let him sneak into his BDS crew, and I shouldn't have. That was an over rank. He is going to drop. He was in the B+. He didn't deserve to be there. I mean, that's the video I went into my rant that it would take him so long to heal up my Briv. Like, that was my healing rant. Like, healing just sucks in the game unless you're specifically like Briv or Karlach or Aila shielding. He's gonna fall. He just is. But let's take an actual look at, not that, at this, at the list. Oh, let's see. He's gonna drop hard. Yeah, I gave him way too much leniency when I ranked him. I really did. You are ethereal. You will return. Uriah just stepped on a trapdoor to the basement. Roll for initiative. I do think he stays out of F. But I probably see him going to the bottom of C- or in the higher D, is where my instinct goes. He does still have the Strahd synergy. He can be used in restrictive Strahd variants with Jaheira. Not the greatest tick, but his buffs are at least average when combined. But they are even, it takes time to even combine them though, because he has to stack it up. You put him above the rest of D? Below Celeste? I don't know if I agree with below Celeste. I see more use out of... Okay, here's my instinct. This is my instinct. Right behind Minsk. That's my instinct. I foresee him getting more use than the people below him. Under Paulton, I just don't think I agree with that. I do see Brother Uriah potentially seeing use above Paulton. Paulton's buffing is terrible, and he's in a very competitive gold find seat, where people already are pumping out better gold numbers than him. Use Paulton twice a week. We already talked about this. Jarlaxle in Prison Trials Gold Farm. Yeah. He's got Thriss way more. In what? I mean, I guess he is Acquisitions Incorporate synergy nowadays, a little bit. I guess. Okay, how about this? What about that? I don't feel good putting Brother Uriah below Brig, Celeste, and Volanya. I could potentially see Paulton rising above all of them, though. How about that? I'd feel okay with that. Just a little shuffling there. Not that shuffling around the D tier matters, yeah. You don't care enough about the last three or Uriah to keep fighting? I see Brother Uriah seeing more use than Celeste, Brig, and Volanya. Not a huge fight, it's D. Yeah. I still think he's bad. D is a poop tier. So, you don't agree, but it's a compromise you can accept. The fact Dark Warrior is compromising at all tells me we made a good decision. Start talking about Shaky and Bird Strong. Urine and poop, got it. Poo-poo. Yeah, so we've got Shaka and Birdsong. We'll leave Birdsong for last. We'll go over Shaka. He's going to be an interesting one to place. Wow, he actually had... This is like actually set up perfect to showcase him. D for dung tier. D for diarrhea. I hope... I doubt it, Dark Warrior. I really hope that's a reference to Venture Bros. I doubt it is, but I hope it is. Shaka F tier because you hate him? That is the best use for Feast or Famine, right? Like, I didn't realize that until just now. I was like, oh wait, I can show off its like absolute maximum here. It's Invader Zim. That's fair too. Yeah. Okay, so, Shaka. His main buffing source comes from a Celestial Puzzle. Keeping in mind, he is a Rivals of Waterdeep. He was useful in Elminster until just like a week ago, which is unfortunate, as he was helping the Rivals speed team push along. No longer viable. We'll get to that when we talk about his availability. Shaka attempts to solve a Celestial Puzzle with the potential for great rewards. 4 random slots in the formation are assigned at random tag. We are increasing that with a feat, an additional slot in the formation, and we are also increasing that with his specialization. That is why we have 6. And so each one of those will scale it with a pre-stack scale, increasing the damage of all champions by this amount, which stacks up for each one in there. So, this can scale quite well. But it is very restrictive and RNG reliant, as it randomly chooses these tags and position, so you cannot fully control where they're going to go or what they're going to be. Usually you can fill up a few of them, probably not all of them. Even a few of them makes that buff quite good. In this rare scenario, we're going to showcase how hard he can actually scale, because he also has Feast or Famine. Shaka increases the base effect of a celestial puzzle for each properly filled puzzle slot he's adjacent to. We're able to keep him adjacent to all of them, so we're going to see my peak with Shaka this time around. Quite a few of the rivals fit into that puzzle too. Yeah. Shaka, Zooster, Dark Warrior. Honestly, you think Shaka RNG is worse than Veronica? I disagree. It was better because you could reroll it, but not anymore. Veronica's a hard lock and she'll almost never pick your DPS. You can at least usually fill a couple slots with Shaka. Your end game goal with Shaka should not be, like this scenario right here is not going to be the normal scenario. You're going to want to try to fill 3, right? Roughly. And hopefully he's adjacent to them. Is there going to be scenarios where he kind of sucks? Yes. Is he usually going to be a better buffer than Veronica? Also yes, in my opinion. You would enjoy solving his puzzle, but patron restrictions and variant restrictions make it too hard. My opinion is, I think the rework, and then, again, highly opinionated, I'm not saying they should have done this at all. This is just a personal thing. The positions should have remained RNG, but his specializations should have been picking the role of each slot. Kind of like Xeraphon, in a way. Multiple specialization choices where you had a wider range to choose from to customize what those slots were. But whatever. Working with this, we're going to put the rivals in, and let's just see where we can put them. We've got a Tiefling for Kent. We've got a Gnome for... I'm not on 7. We've got a Gnome for Gazric. We've got a... Let's see. We've got a Golden Female. Just for the sake of this, we'll put Dahani there, and we'll put Celise in the female slot. Then with a Kobold, we'll throw in Spurt. And did I forget someone from their affiliation? Dahani, Gazric, Kent, Celise, Shaka, Virgil. Right, Virgil. And we'll put Virgil in the male. And now we're gonna see its absolute peak as far as my item levels go. E43. This is absolute peak. You're probably never going to reach these numbers. I got lucky just randomly in this formation that I can get the full 6 with his rivals and the full 6 of Feast or Famine. Really, really good numbers. Really, really good numbers, potentially. But again, you're probably going to see numbers more in this range, which is still, where'd you go? Why am I on Virgil? What the? E21. So, there's a lot of options here that are RNG based, but usually you're going to climb to at least roughly an E18 to E25. It's a bit of a roller coaster, again, at my item level, which is full epic, roughly 500. So he can scale really, really well, but it is a lot of RNG, but you can usually get it to at least be good. You just hate how often the choices are like Halfling, Bird, or Gnome. Yeah, it's a fair criticism. It is too RNG leaning. I agree, but I do think you can usually at least make it a good buff, and it has a very high ceiling. Goverlin. Been a while since you did a milestone. 95% of those 4 slots, auto-running free plays for milestones. Basically your backfill, Season 7, worst season. It took you 2 full days to do them. There was one milestone I remember being really annoying with Season 7. Why you are on, Virgil? Said Kent calmly. Huh? Also, because you can restart the adventure, fishing for a better puzzle, you feel like you need to do that. You don't find that fun. That's the thing. I think you should at least set a mental standard of, if I can at least reach this threshold, it's good. That being said, I agree. It is a little bit too RNG heavy. But yeah. I can understand... Why do I keep hitting Virgil? I understand the criticism, but I think his potential ceiling is so high he can't just be thrown to the side. But again, this case, probably, you're not going to reach the 6 of 6 puzzle and 6 of 6 Feast or Famine. That's generally not going to happen. Your average good, like if you get a good roll, it'll be like an E30 plus, right? That'll be, oh good, yeah, I'll work with that, absolutely. If it dips down to an E18, you're like, ah man, but that's still a good buff. But yeah, otherwise, I don't think it's a straight to F. So the thing is too, we'll go over his, everything else. He is also a healer with temp HP. Again, we went over healing a little bit. Shielding is kind of better than healing in some cases, but he does offer some shielding. And the base effect of Celestial Puzzle is increased by the rivals. Again, we're using the rivals because they all slotted into those tags. We'll go over his specializations real quick. Pop that emote, baby. We're so full up now that it's going to take me a minute. Just to speed it along, we'll go to seat 9. The skins are what's throwing me off. I'm so used to him having that white hint to his outfit. Get perfect rolls with Shaka. DM. You mean he's with Birdsong? He can be shunned quite easily to the side. Let's see. I definitely disagree with that, Sidux. But, so, his first choice, you will choose his ultimate between focusing on hampering the attacks of enemies or destroying newly spawned enemies. That just depends on where you want his ultimate. And then with his second choice, the locked puzzle slot in the formation is assigned. You can choose that extra slot. I went with Tiefling because Kent, and the third option will always be the higher scale. So you basically, the more restrictive it is, the better it is. You will either assign it to an easy one, a slightly harder one, or the hardest tag, and it scales accordingly, or lock that one and instead increase Celestial Resistance. If you can get this one to go, pop off, that's the way you want to go. Not hard to get good buff. You've never restarted for him. You do like his Curtain of Death. What, his ult? The Disintegration ult. Celestial Resistance spec is met? Yeah, it is. His ult is definitely one of the best. But yeah, so let's look at his availability. He is a Tiefling. That matters for some scenarios. And he is often why Makos is even more overlooked is oftentimes if you're looking for Tieflings, no matter, even if you have like one puzzle piece, he'll probably outbuff Makos. But let's take a look at his availability. I'm so used to his OG skin. So, he is good. So he is available for Mert. Real quick, we'll take a look. He does not have... Or no, he does have the Wisdom. I always forget about the Wisdom ones. He does have the Wisdom, but he has a good TOT and a really good spread, all things considered, which qualifies him for Vajra with his Con, Strahd with his Int, and Zarya with his Strength and Charisma. And that also makes him available for all Day 1 trials. Not too long ago, he was available for everything. But he is 1,116 days old, meaning he was just edged out of Elminster. So he is available for everything except Elminster. So really good availability, all things considered. Availability emote. What would that even be, though? So because of that rework and his high ceiling, I did rank him very high. He's meant to represent a flat A in this scenario. Probably going to take a bit of a dip because I don't necessarily... He's not going to be an A+ anymore, for sure. But he does have a high ceiling. His season in a nutshell. It was a rough season, but I've never looked fully at his skins. Not a huge overall fan of his design in general. There's something about the hat that has never jived with me. But that's personal. Personal preference. So, let's see. Caius, I read fishing is fisting and I was like, huh? You read it as fishnet? That highs because RNG requirements slightly offset by his ult. You were using DM to fist Birdsong. Whew. That cloaca. I'm just thinking here. Let's I do understand the RNG hate, but I do think he reaches good buffing even with bad RNG. Really good if you luck out. I don't think that's a mechanic to rely on. I don't like RNG mechanics, but he still can reach good numbers without it. God, Dark Warrior. With his first specialization, much less RNG. Not wrong. It's still, just even the placement and randomness of it, it can be difficult to work around. It is just true. But again, I do think with minimal effort it becomes good, with the potential of being great. However, the standards you've been applying, he deserves to be an A- at least. The RNG-ness, I can be in favor of that bumping him down. But, thank you for the follow, Panzer Poot. Let me know what you want me to call you. He's a great buffer, annoying but great, yeah. Getting docked a half tier for sucking so hard, which you don't give enough weight to. Around his RNG buddy DM. Okay, define for me sucking so hard, Caius. Define that for me. Quantify him sucking hard. I want to see your description of that. I'm waiting. Annoying RNG that bothers your OCD because you can't make him work without making someone else worse. Now, why does that make someone else worse, though? Being annoyed by the RNG, I understand. Free choice. I like Panzer then, if you don't mind that. Welcome, Panzer. Glad to have you around. He has Kirby animations. Huh? B minus gatekeeper? Because someone else will be in a bad position to buff, or Shaka's buff will be worse. Again, I don't disagree with that. It's never flawless, never. You're not wrong. But you don't need to min-max him for him to be good. And like, good. Not okay, good. Now again, for your... And me, I mean, admittedly, I don't use Shaka that much. You have an E50 buff without having to mess around. And that's where you lose me, Caius. It's not who I use, F tier. And again, I'm giving weight to the annoyance of the RNG because it absolutely affects him. His ceiling is very high, but you're almost never going to reach the full ceiling. The mediocre ceiling is still a good buff. Uh-oh. We got a raid from Garwar. How you doing, everyone? We are going through Seat 9 and currently contemplating the placement of Shaka. You think he belongs in A-, Caius? You used him a lot because he was there when you started out and reworked. B+, but at the bottom. Enjoy your day of the sun and good luck on your PC maintenance. Welcome, everyone, and you can freely throw out your opinions on where you think Shaka should go. We went over his kit. I will quickly go back through the numbers. We got a little lucky here, so we're looking at his maximum effect for my current item level and gear with him. He is adjacent to all 6 of his filled up Celestial Puzzle slots. This is the best case scenario for him, and I am reaching an E43. That is a very good buff, but you're almost never going to get this lucky when you're positioning with him because of his RNG. It is fairly unforgiving. You're likely going to be looking something more like this, and that settles him in an E21. If you're lucky, you might get something like this. I did it again. Where he's jumping to E27. On an average run, at my item level, you are varying between like an E18 to an E30. So a good buff to a great buff, but it is heavily RNG reliant. Thank you for the follow. Zalbox Original, is that how you pronounce that? Thanks for following. I think they said on Div Insights he was being added to the next event along with DM as a Flex Champion. Perhaps there's RNG theme. I haven't taken a look at what the next group of champions is going to be. His skin puts him in a C+. Now, he definitely does not get that low. It is an annoying mechanic to have to rely on RNG, and I do give credence to that. However, it doesn't take much to make it decent. A good buff. You're not going to reach these numbers on average. That's just a fact. Because I did get lucky with the type of formation and the position of the Celestial Puzzle slots. He should be in the next event. He just failed out of Elminster, so he's due for an event. Being about 3 years old. Yeah, that is one thing that it absolutely is unfortunate about Shaka, is that he just fell out of Elminster, and that does hurt the rival speed team for Elminster a bit. And it was nice to have him with his ability scores being available for Elminster, because he is available for quite a bit of restrictions. But that is the only patron he is not qualified for. Great availability, all other things considered. Shaka. Does have a pre-stack scale, is hard to work around, but does have good availability. Doesn't necessarily synergize with every formation out there for sure. We should be building up to 75 total champions available for the Sage of Shadowdell. I don't actually know what you're talking about, Void. There's a vote for B-. How you doing, ye old dice goblin? Sounds like you're wanting A-. I definitely think he dips out of A+. One of the kind of requirements we set as a stage for A+ is either pre-stack scaling or multiple ways to scale to a very high number. Can he get to that number? Yes. But it's not restrictive in the way that like Diana is restricting. He's restricting in that you're relying on RNG that's probably not going to allow you to reach his ceiling. So it definitely does bump him down. I'm just trying to discern by how much. There's a lot of people fighting for him to be in B+. I'm just discerning whether in my mind, and I could be convinced either way, freely chat about it. Oh, I see what you're saying, Void. Okay. Yeah, Caius is voting B- to A-. He's been going back and forth. And F tier, because Caius is Caius. Definitely can't be above Egg. His buffing can get infinitely better than Egg, potentially, but, say behind Beetle? Ooh. Yeah, I don't know about that. You also ding him for not being an idle champion. Fell asleep while you put Yes Man in C+? You fell asleep, Crafty. Yeah. Yes Man fell down to C+. You're voting for B-, you're saying he'll end up in A- in your list? Well, now I'm gonna put him in B+, so you're wrong no matter what. Yes, but you actually use Egg. Yeah. You foresee him sitting next to his tiefling pal from the Rivals? Hi, you just found my YouTube channel and now you're here. Well, welcome here, Jory. Glad to have you. How you doing? Just above point, B-. Seen a lot of B-. Psychological warfare, critical success. You're just trying to beat me and whittle me down, Caius. You're making me a broken man. You better gift a sub or else I'm gonna go crazy. Whittle me down. 50-person raid. Between Kent and Ashara. I can understand being similar to Kent to a degree. You're trying to whittle you up for speed champions. Doing great. Your video with Briv for skipping levels was amazing. Oh, well, thank you. Glad to be of help or be entertaining. Maybe both. Rarely either. Glad to have you nonetheless. You mean Shaka's numbers are way better than Kent, but you hate him? That's the thing. At the end of the day, Shaka puts good numbers. Everyone hates using him, but he does put good numbers. This much hate can't be wrong. Caius, we're both wrong on everything. Both of us. When he works, yeah. I think a lot of people do struggle in that concept, though. And I understand it, too. Because of course, when I use them, I do, too. In that, like Caius was saying, you often have to decide. You've never been so insulted. Stick around. It's going to happen a lot more. Just getting him to work. Yeah, caused by Shaka's RNG. I think he's almost like a trap. He's a mental trap character. It puts people into this mindset of, but he can be better, so he should be better, so he sucks. Or, in making him better, I'm making someone else work, so he sucks. But he still puts good numbers no matter which way you go. He's the restart king for you, yeah. How you doing, Devil's Umbra? I still always think of Umbra just being a fish, rooting back to the Latin language. But you finally have someone that explains a little bit about this game. Your sarcasm detector broke again. No, Caius, I'm being sarcastic to your sarcasm. We're just both assholes. You love his numbers and enjoy the champion, but you can't see the community giving him more than a B-. Personally, you'd argue between DM and Fen. Devil's doing great. You? I'm doing okay. Caius and Dark Warrior are always, kicking me in the nuts, but I'm doing good. You go low B+ or high B-. I really do think his numbers justify a higher rank, but his RNG everyone hates. He's apparently wrong. You're going to get peer pressured into B-. I haven't moved him yet. You're trying to use psychology on me. I'll have you know, I passed Psych 101. Don't look at the bait, look at the trap. Devil's Fish sounds like a B horror movie. Not wrong. Between DM and Fen is above egg, so no. You know what? I'm just gonna remove Egbert from the list because we're at a crossroads here. We have a champion that everyone hates that is actually good, and we have a champion that is average that everyone loves. And you guys are clinging so hard to Egbert. Egg. So what are you thinking, A-? I am between the lowest of A- and somewhere in the B+. And it's hard for me to gauge because his RNG is definitely a setback. You find Egbert a tad too high. Egbert is in a unique position right now where he synergizes with one of the most popular formations, even if he doesn't belong to their affiliation. And he's also a really good gold find champion, a good knockback champion. His numbers, admittedly, not the best. I can see Shaka getting knocked down to a B+. His numbers, his ceiling is A+, but you're almost never reaching his ceiling. Probably would knock him down to A-. But his RNG fest is hated by many people. Shaka is great, but only when he wants to be. That loses him. All tier breakers by default. Egbert in S, problem solved. You like Egbert due to egg. Yeah. Jetta is going to hate you by the standards you've developed on this list for the sake of... do you mean internal? Consistency. It would be criminal to put him below B+, and A+ is where he potentially belongs. Eggy is too beloved, yes. Egg is more value because of dodge on smoke, synergizing too good with AA right now, yeah. Because are correct, he'll always be midi 20s at worst, and that's A- numbers. Below cat? As in Merylwyn? Not A+, don't even typo that. Category, you're saying like just below category? Emergency misreading alert. I actually didn't even see you say A+. Either I read it as A- or I'm just really stupid. Below my cat. No one is below my cat. You read it as A+? Well, then I misread it because my brain did read A-, so my bad. Counterpoint, we put a lot of champs higher than number because of utility or niche. You think being annoying is enough to drop in 3 tiers? I think 3 tiers is a little too severe. You can see as higher just below category, yeah. I can concede a B+. I think lower A- is potentially where his numbers and kit belong. But I hate him, okay? How about this? As a concession prize, Sidux and Caius and all those who agree, we will, after we finish all the seats, we're gonna do a couple fun lists. and we're going. How about we do a love-hate tier list, and I will defer to the chat for those, and you can tell me to put Shaka as low as you want on a love-hate list. How about that? That's a train wreck coming. Hey, but it's a fun one, and not one I'm probably going to post like as an official tier list, but for fun. Choo choo. Every seat gets one champ in each tier. Technically, yeah, that could work, right? Because, well, no. How many tiers do we have here? Let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, no. But we could at least spread it to where there's one in each. No one will be able to look away. You missed the Lazaapz ranking too. Damn, that's like the only champ you don't know the kid of. Yeah. And if anyone cares, the VOD might be a little late today. I might have a family dinner thing I have to go to. Once we end, I'll probably be enabling the VOD. Maybe I'll just try to do it before I leave. We'll see. Anyway, yeah, Lazaapz, she got a bump because she puts bad numbers on top of being a clunky tank, on top of only buffing a very few champions. That would be cool. It hurt your feelings that Laz is F tier. Yeah, all things considered by today's standards, Lazaapz really needs some help. She does. I like her. I want more goblins. I want a gobby team. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Some seats of garbage champs that don't get seated. Yeah. All right, well, we still have to get to Birdsong. Oh, man. I am struggling with Shaka because all of you hate him so much. I think naturally he probably belongs here. I think it is a commonplace. It's not hate, it's RNG. He's still good even with bad RNG. That's the thing. The RNG triggers people into thinking it's a bad thing, and I understand that. And okay, so here's the thing, right? I think he's good. His ceiling is high. He has the potential of being really good. That being said, the public opinion of someone, mechanically speaking, could be taken into consideration, because the amount you all hate him is indicative of what's going to be the popular opinion. A lot of people don't want to have to work with that RNG. So maybe that in and of itself could be considered a negative. I don't think he dips into B-. I just don't. Too many of us have the OCD, yeah. I can see him slipping into B+. I can concede that. I'm not going to put him in B-. I think he has too much potential to be in B-. That's just true for me. You don't see him dip into B- at all, even while you hate his RNG? Yeah. Do you want to use Shaka is the key question. This isn't a do you want to use list, though. Shaka's value is dependent on specific others. Those others vary with everyone. It's true. I'm not denying that at all. But even his low ceiling with a few slotted correct champions is good. It's good, not the best. His best is a really high ceiling, and it's amazing. But you're right, even if you don't really worry about his puzzle, his buff is pretty okay. He's better than his reputation, he's just not good enough for how triggering is. That's kind of where we're getting at, right? And if we're going to say all of that, let's put him in B+. So that being said, what about the gatekeeper of B+? Swap him with Lazel. I have been thinking Lazel might deserve to be a little higher. That's Eggy's place? No, Eggy has been at the bottom of B+ forever. What do you mean? Oh, I see what you're saying, Cynics. Let's see the second worst case scenario, where you're at 1 for the feast, puzzle, and rivals. I think we did already, but we can do that again. The absolute worst case scenario If you can only have him adjacent to 1... Oops, I threw him out. In my case, why do I keep clicking seat 10? His absolute worst case is a flat average E11. Normally you're gonna at least have 2. 3 on average, but 2's usually gonna be your worst. And that is an above average, not by much, but an above average buff. I think you very often can get 3. Not always though, 2 can... I hate myself. I need to just do his normal skin. I see more lighter color on Virgil, and I'm so used to having this skin on that my brain just goes to the lighter color. It's ridiculous. Threw Shaka out of his own test. Point proven. Show us his levels. We already did that, but yeah, I'm at about 500. Other than the all damage, for some reason got boosted, but that's all damage. Not affecting of his buff. Average of roughly 500. You also have a golden on him. What? No, I don't. I have a shiny. 1 shiny. And that's on his celestial resistance. You thought the season was gold? Oh. I think it was gold for someone else. I don't think it was Shaka. But yeah, no, I only have a shiny, and that's on his resistance. That's not affecting puzzle or feast or famine. Season 7 you could dismantle? Oh, that's probably then, yeah. That's probably what I did. So it was Shaka, but if you got it, you could dismantle it. I bet that's what I did. Most people respectively don't have that high on him. If you played during Season 7, you probably do. New players won't, but if you played during Season 7, you absolutely do. More than likely. But again, we're talking about a B+ here. And I get that you guys will do anything to make me go lower here. You dump those levels on Briv? Yes, but you could dismantle only at a certain point through the season. You still had a lot of item levels that went to him anyway, that you couldn't dismantle. No matter what, he definitely, for everyone, if you play during Season 7 actively, you at least have 300 on him. As a new player, you will only be able to hit 1 to 2 buffs. I mean, potentially. I don't know if it tries to detect what you have in your roster or not. And I absolutely would not recommend time-gating Shaka over a lot of other characters if you're a newer player. But he does have good buffing. You're also fine with B+, let's move on to Birdsong. I'm a little surprised by that, Sinux. Maybe a lot of your seasonal chests just didn't throw gear at him and threw it at the others instead. What? When have I ever made that argument, Pills? What are you talking about? Or you're saying other people are making that argument? Okay. You don't even have the Goblin Artificer? I wouldn't recommend getting the Goblin Artificer anytime soon either. That's why you're getting from... Yeah. Best part for the time gate is Narak. He's crazy even without it. Items. Narak is a very good time gate pick, unless you're going for speedsters. You got pretty far in season levels before dismantling. I mean, that's fair, but even what you would get after that, I expected a little higher than that, but... So it is. Patiently waiting for seasons to come back. Copium, that is a hard copium. I'm huffing on that copium too, though. All right, let's mosey on, and let's get to the bird song. It's just whoop. We have covered everyone except this Tabaxi Bard. Birdstrong. Binwin should be everyone's first. Dark Warrior. Stop it. You kind of checked completely out after Season 7 hitting the dismantle window. Your Shaka only... okay, yeah. unironically advocate for Melf first time gate. I can almost get why you say that, but I don't agree. But he's an okay speed champ. He's also RNG based, which baffles me that you fight so hard for Melf, but hate other RNG characters so much. She is the word. Oh, Birdsong, very good. Bird is the word. Tabaxi sounds dumb, you just call her cat person. So what is the best cat person then, huh? Thank you for the follow. Uh-oh. Lagard Tigaric? Lagardigaric. I'm probably way off on that. Bird is love, bird is life. Burb, rather, yes. Unaffiliated formation, let's go. Melf RNG isn't that bad, and his speed is too good at 0 levels. Speed spec, gold chest, speed feet. If you're really early, gold chest speed feet is probably not coming too quickly, though. Melf is valid for beginner speed, he's just garbage for gem farming. Yeah, I don't think he's bad, but I do think he's not necessarily who I'd recommend for, like, the first time gate pick. Does Birdsong have boots? Kind of. I think her little pawsies poke out on all of them, except her Warforged. Do you not have any crescendo stacks? No, like, and yeah, that'll scale up, don't worry. So let's go over her kit. Is she puss in boots? She's puss in no boots. So, a DPS support has been reworked in a season to be even better than she was, and she was okay to begin with. As a DPS support with a positional, she's obviously a very great pick for Artemis. Her positional buff is Song of Battle, increase the damage of champions within 2 slots of Birdsong by an amount, including herself. So, hey, yeah, spam my cat. I like seeing my cat in chat. Where he talked about her brother pissing boots. Anyway, so she has multiple ways she scales Song of Battle. Yes, always spam my cat. Primarily through Chorus of the Lost and Crescendo. Increase the effect of Song of Battle for each positional formation ability affecting Birdsong that comes from a champion who has no affiliation, stacking multiplicatively. So the likes of Zorbu, especially when we're talking about, an Artemis team using positional DPS, that'll boost that up. She's getting 2 positionals from him, so that counted as multiple. You'll see as it's 1, coming now to 3. You're getting a second positional from Zorbu if you have the Wolfpack feat. Increase the effect of Hunter's Pack and the Dex score of adjacent champions. So that is one way to scale that up. And just with that, you see we've already made it. Go to E15, and it will just keep climbing as we do more. Nrak. Nrak is another one who is unaffiliated and will offer a positional. So that'll just keep scaling and scaling. We're already at an E17, but that is not the only way to boost it up. There is also Crescendo. Increase the effect of Song of Battle whenever any champion affected by Song of Battle gets a killing blow on an enemy. This effect can stack up to 10 times, 1 for each kill, stacking multiplicatively. So, I'm generally not a fan of on-kill mechanics, as many of you know. However, there is a way to mitigate this a bit in her specializations. Spam that specialization emote. That's not even a good way to boost it up, ditch those familiars. Oh, we'll get there, guys. I want to explain it first, and then show peek. The Laura can give 2 stacks too, yeah. Now we find the kitty. And yes, I know I can go seat by seat and find her specifically. I like to hunt. There we go. So, first off, you will either choose to go Valor, Consideration, or Deception, increasing its effect on those who are good, neutral, or evil. One thing to consider with this with Artemis is this applies after all of everything's calculated. This is a buff on top of the end game calculation. So if you're going Artemis, you want evil. You might think to go good, because there's good champions it's applying to and that'll buff it up, but no. You will go evil for Artemis. This is not the biggest number choice, no. So then the next choice is either choosing between lawful, female, or bards to increase that crescendo stack. Or not increase it, but get it up to a threshold based on how many it's affecting. So that on-kill mechanic that scales it up will always be stacked up to whatever this number choice will be. Let me go ahead and just get out my Artemis formation so we can take a look at what will be ideal there. So you can see we're at 4, 5, and 1. I'm going to take the 5. That'll put it at a middle ground. And so now, no matter what, you're at least... Well, I'd have to move, I think, to make it register. Yeah, there we go. So that's always going to count for at least 5 and can still scale up a little higher. We'll make it scale full in a second. But in my current Artemis formation, we're getting it to E20, 8, which will stack up higher. We'll go ahead and let that stack up all the way. Get the familiars out so people are actually getting kills. Evil! Where is Birdsong on the mommy? What are you talking about, Dark Warrior? What? It's Jover. So, we're at the 10 out of 10 now. We are seeing an E38 from Song of Battle. This can obviously scale really well. Very potent positional. So my Artemis is observing that bad boy. Song of Battle at an E62. Is Narak Dex spec? I believe so. Let me make sure. That's a fair point. Yeah. So Narak is also boosting this a little bit, being dexterity and being adjacent to Birdsong. So that is getting boosted by Narak a little bit. So to be fair, yes. E36 without Narak. E38 with. So, yeah. As a DPS, she's not probably going to be your go-to as your DPS. She can be serviceable as that, as her buff is good and she's worth using. But, as it is with many DPS / support, her support, or her abilities can be applied to anyone, so she's better served as a support. And we did show it just a second ago, but I'll show it again. My Artemis is currently observing Song of Battle for E62. And for reference, my Artemis is 10k item levels, my Valentine is 10k item levels, and everyone else is around is around 1,000. So that's what we're looking at for that. So yes, excellent pick for Artemis. Excellent pick for many scenarios. Tabaxi is exotic for Ashara. It's a positional, so it can be utilized with Warduke. You're probably not going to use her for Krond, as she does not reach the strength threshold and is neutral. Is she the go-to in her seat? If you're looking for raw numbers for pushing as the best standalone damage buffing champion, yes, in my opinion, yes. And in probably most people's opinion. I don't foresee too many people bad-mouthing Birdsong. You think the numbers might justify her for Krond regardless? Potentially, but if you're investing in Krond, you're more scaling with Survival of the Fittest and then other buffs. So probably not if you're a hard Krond investor. Oh, you're just talking about... Okay. Yeah, not a Krond friend, she no bonk. Yeah, she no evil and no bonk. But excellent numbers, easy to fit into many other types of formations. But we will go over her availability, as we do. So, Birdsong. She is neutral, so she will not be available for Mert. For Vajra, she does have 2 con, however, she does have a +2 constitution feat, so she will become available for Vajra with that feat. She does have the intelligence to be available for Zariel, and even though Bite Glow does not say, or says she's not available for Zariel, with her strength feat, which is interesting because this is only a +1. Usually it's the +2s it glitches out on. But you can make her strength 10, and her charisma does qualify her for Zariel with that feat. So she also, though, however, was released 2,285 days ago, so she will not be available for Elminster, meaning if you're using feats, she will only be unavailable for Mert and Elminster. As far as Day 1 Trials restrictions, she is naturally available for all of them, which is huge, because if you're investing in someone, you want them to be as available as possible. And the fact she's such a good buffer means you want her on all your Day 1s, and there she is. So, good availability, not the greatest, locked out of Mert and Elminster, but still good. You will badmouth Birdsong, she's not a bird, stupid cat. At least you appropriately used my cat as an emote after that. So yeah, good availability, not the best, but good. Amazing positional buff. Can be used with many formations. Very good champion all around. Very good. Very, very good. As far as where we previously had Birdsong placed, we had her pretty high. Let's pull up the old list. We had her sitting in the A+. She probably deserved to be a couple notches higher, but, you know, that's how we do. That's why we're doing this new list. She definitely deserved to be above Turiel. Absolutely. She deserved to be adjacent to Jim there, in my opinion. I don't know why I didn't put her there, but at any rate, let's take a look at the list. Maybe she's called Birdsong because she likes to catch birds. Hey. A+ is probably also where she belongs now. I probably agree. I don't foresee many people protesting that either. But let's go ahead and poll the audience. What is everyone thinking? We're seeing a very girthy positional buff. Let's see her next to Jim this time. You think she fits behind Jim still? Who has higher strength, Birdsong or Tier cat? For cat things for bird. That's a confusing sentence, Dark Warrior. My lips are so dry today. Maybe I'll do a heavy focus on my lips while I apply chapstick, just to make everyone uncomfortable. Maybe ahead of Jim to be on a 6 of 6 trials. Jim's scaling is better than hers, but she is more readily available. Jim's numbers are very big. Next to Blue, she one side or the other, behind Jim, just ahead of Jim. That's such a funny discourse to have now. Everyone kind of agrees somewhere in here. Somewhere in this range. Somewhere in here. Not Cron Friend B. I don't agree with that. Definitely, if you are a Cron main, you're probably not going to see Birdsong use. But her buff is big enough in a restriction, you might. She is a must for your Artie. Jim could be replaced by Caddy. Jim is definitely better than Caddy for Artemis, but Birdsong absolutely is a must for Artie, and is more readily available, and her buff is widespread enough that you can generally get it on everyone you need to, without hassle. Jim is easier to position, in my opinion. I don't know. Birdsong with 2 slot reaching can get just about everybody, regardless of columns. The best ability is availability. I definitely value availability. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say Jim is easier to position. Not on wheel. I mean, if we're exclusively talking about wheel, column 1s are kind of annoying too on wheel. Everything's annoying on wheel. Jim is Jim, you will fight to the death. I don't think anyone's contesting that Jim isn't Jim. I do think there is a case to be made for both of them. Her availability definitely is better. Absolutely. Jim is a clone, by definition, not Jim. roasted. That reminds you that Jim Button and Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Stanley Parable, I haven't thought of that in a while. Jim is Jim, but not as we know him. Above Belushi, you don't know about that? I do think they're very close. I think a lot of these top tier A-plusers are all very close. Why are my lips so dry today? Belushi is overrated. That I disagree with, Caius. Definitely disagree with that. You feel behind Eve or Andreas? She's also being ranked as a Dedi and a excellent positional support. And she does have tank capability. Admittedly, not as good as other tanks. Well, we will still argue these placements. She's definitely going to go in the A+, somewhere in that range. So you can get a general idea of where that's going to end up. Birdsong is easier than Entrees by far. Oh, Entrees is annoying to position. Karlach and Commodore are the closest you can get. Jim's the Jim in all of us. I mean, I think these are all fair rankings in that A+ range. And if we shuffle, it would just be slight shuffles between them. That being said, though, we're going to be a bit in the cooldown period at the end here. We'll still talk about these rankings a bit, but go ahead and throw out any questions. Anything else you want to chat about while we're in this cooldown period? But that is seat 9. I do have to check something real quick out my window. Ooh, okay. It's Saturday, it's party night, time to go. Thanks for the list. See you Tuesday. Party on, everyone. See you later, Caius. Enjoy your Saturday. And on that note, yeah, we will be back on Tuesday, 11:30 PST, to go over Seat 10. And we are getting close to finishing. You'll be back. You need to see this Karlach 4 possible emote. Wait, are you saying a 4 stacking ab emote for Karlach? Is that what you're recommending? Anyone have a tip for Krydel's 1600 quest? It is a rough one. Who is your DPS, Lazy Cat? You just started Icewind Dale and you have a question. Why does killing Arl gain you Arl's favor? I don't know. You asked ChatGPT about a tier list, it said Birdsong is D tier. That's AI for you. What's the worst core champion in your opinion? Jamila. We haven't reached her yet, but Jamila. Seat 11. Artie, but Dirge is 1k2. You should still have a lot of decent supports for your Artemis to work with. I forget what Cardinal's formation looks like, though. Let me pull that up. Let's go to, seems like people are at least okay with this ranking. We can come back to it if we need to. However, we'll go to the main hang for now. Kent is apparently S tier. That's a new one for you. Oh, from the, from the AI list. Look up... Maybe later, Dark Warrior. We're not gonna get into that now. So let me remind myself here what Krydo's formation looks like. Okay, that's right. It's all weird. Torgar ended up being your DPS. I mean, if you... Yeah. I also need to pull up a list of champions that qualify. For... Was it the, Charisma... Was it 15 or 16? Now I'm drawing a brain fart. 15 plus. Okay. Alright, so let's see here. You know what, when we're on this scene, I think we're gonna need some Kane's Thighs emotes, you know? It's just fitting. Lips are so dry. They're cracking. Quacking. Oh, let's take a peeky doodle dandy now. I mean, if you're... Let's see. You use Strix DPS with Nixie as a support for 4 folk hero stacks with Will. I mean, I guess that is interesting to double up on the affiliation with Strix. That is a possibility. Only if we see Karlach. Kane's thighs are better than Karlach's abs. Well, I don't know if I'll die on that hill. Should you push to your wall on every run? Not necessarily every run, I don't think, no. Early game, it's important to push as hard as you can to get a little gold and more favor and blessings every time you're resetting. But you should also be looking to progress and push up to completion, get the gems, get the completion, and move on. Early goals should be unlocking some of the evergreens like Drizzt, like Dragonbait, Uriah. Those are good thresholds to reach while you're farming the events as they come. But yeah, like, it's important to fill out the blessings. But you also want those completions. It's a balancing act. Yeah, so your goal should be split the party. If you don't know what that is, I can't really showcase it that well on this account, but if you have one champion in every seat, you will unlock the ability to unlock one of your other parties and a Modron core. Getting experience on that first Modron core is important, so a goal should be getting at least one champion in every seat. And something that helps with that is unlocking some of the evergreen champions. You unlock Drizzt and Dragonbait and Uriah fairly early on, as long as you push the first 3 campaigns. So I would just say get to a comfortable point of favor and then just start completing. I wouldn't say spend as much time as you can pushing to your deepest wall every run. No. Should you use strict mostly magic team? Yeah. Yeah. If you're running so you said you had Lazy Cat. You said your Dirge is also 1k. Is that similar to the rest of the absolute adversaries, or just Dirge? Actually, technically speaking, is Will the only other absolute adversary? I guess you could use Jaheira if you have the Ceramorphous' feat to boost up Dirge. Most of the others are 350 to 550. For a good favorite push, your wall, then Azaka farm, yeah. And Azaka's the other one you want to unlock in Tomb of Annihilation. Shadow is so new, they don't have, I think, any of the evergreens unlocked yet. So yeah, most others 350 to 550, but yeah, looking at this list with that restriction, I mean, obviously, I'm sure you're doing this. I'm just saying this as a standard to say it. Make sure you're slotting your DPS in the back 2 columns as you're using Cridle. But yeah, it really depends, because yeah, if your Artemis team did focus on Strix, she could be a potential DPS instead. Dirge at 1k still decent. You're not going to get a lot of Ceramorphosis stacks. So if you do have the Jaheira feat, Will and Jaheira are kind of musts there. But you're not going to get a good Will stack on Dirge with these options. This is definitely a rougher one. Nope, yeah. So yeah, make sure you're getting Cridle's buff since you're forced to use him, which again, I'm sure you were. Yeah, I don't know, that's rough. You might just, I mean, at least you can tinker with it as you go. But, you're thinking DM Artemis for Cridle, yeah. I mean, and that's what some people might have to do, is you might just have to Dungeon Master in your main DPS. Just started your first Tomb run? Okay, Shadow. Yeah, if you push Tomb of Annihilation, you're going to run into 2 potential evergreens in there, and that is Dragonbait and Azaka. Azaka unlocks a form of Azaka farming. That might be a little hard for you to do, set up perfectly. But what you can do even with an early Azaka, her ultimate activates tigers that attack, and they will make enemies drop gold as if they were slain. So you're going to reach your absolute peak wall, slot in all of the gold find champions you have, use her ultimate before you get wiped out by that wall, and you'll farm up the highest gold you possibly can. And that'll help you stack up your favor and blessings in a run you did decide to fully push. Jaheira feat, yes you do. Yeah, so I mean, you do have, you're not going to stack up Ceramorphosis hard with Dirge, but you have the options of Will and Jaheira's feat. But I think that's it as far as Ceramorphosis goes with that restriction. So it's at least worth trying just to see if he can pump out the numbers. Otherwise, you might need to rinse, repeat Dungeon Master until you get Artemis, or at least one of your invested in supports, right? Someone with good legendaries and good item level investment. Or another Ceramorphosis user. If you can get Dynahair, that actually isn't terrible either, because then you could pull in Minsk and at least have a few more Ceramorphosis. Because C3 is definitely a primed option for DM, because there's, if you have the full roster, I think you do Lazy, I'm not sure though. If you have a full roster, 3 is the most starved seat out of those options, so it's probably going to pull from C3 more often than not anyway. So Dynahair or Artemis might be a hunt. Thank you. Also, when are you going to eat? Pretty soon. We're kind of in the cooldown period here. I'll probably be logging off within the next 10 to 15 minutes. You dim fished into Zorbu and failed. Yeah, Zorbu would have been a decent one if you've invested in an Artemis formation, yeah. You just tinkered with a new account. Your first mission is to do Tomb and get the second time gate piece. Yeah. You still haven't forward-tiered Cridle, doing everything else. He's going to be last priority after I fail trials, as I'm the hardest hitter and have 2 useless teammates. Oh, where, not when. Oh, I did misread that. Just at it's a family get-together thing. Just at the house of a family member. Home cooking. Yeah, Cridle's, oh, thanks for the follow, ye old dice goblin. That 1600 definitely is a rougher one for sure. But yeah, It's always hard to say without seeing your account, you know, and where you have item levels invested, who all you have unlocked. It's always hard to recommend things, because it really does come down to who have you invested in. What would be a good option for you? But yeah, maybe fishing for a seat 3 pick would be the way to go if you're struggling that hard. So can you check out that 1-minute Karlach vid? I said after I end stream, Dark Warrior. I don't know what I'm going to find with something you're recommending. See you Tuesday. See ya, Sinister. Cardinals event variants are hard. The Charisma Lockout 1600 is definitely hard for a lot of people. Yeah, the other ones weren't too bad for me, but that's probably just my roster, I guess. Because DM and Dirge unlocks beyond seat 1 through 7. Note on the 1400 you can use Dirge and Virgil. Yeah. And that's the thing. You'll if you have DM, Virgil, and Dirge, you can fill out a full 10 team on that one. So that one wasn't as bad. But again, that depends on if you have those champions, how far you've progressed, yada yada. It's tame, it's on YouTube. I just can't trust you live, man. We'll see. The 600 area requirements are cakewalks for you, most of them. Oh yeah. Krydles seems to be one that is harming a lot of people with his restriction of both using him and forcing the charisma restriction. Gonna watch seat 4 and 5 on YouTube. Have a good night. You have a good night too, Shadow. You try to follow as many of the idle streamers who are actually here. While this wasn't the norm for you, it was entertaining, so you likely swing in from time to time. It was good to have you while you were here. Yeah, well, we're going to be going through... my schedule is Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays, starting at 11:30 PST. And we'll be finishing up the seat tier lists one by one each day. So we've got 10 on Tuesday, 11 on Thursday, and then 12 next Saturday. And after that, we'll do some just fun, stupid tier lists. And then we'll go from there. Who knows? So next Saturday is your last episode. As far as the restructuring of this tier list seat by seat, yes. We'll go over more stuff on the stream after that. I'll probably still stick to the Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And we'll do more with Idle Champions, more with tier lists. And we'll see. I do intend to branch out for those interested in content beyond Idle Champions. Don't know for sure what yet. There was musings of going through older Final Fantasies. There is the potential of doing tier lists of stupid things just for fun. We'll see. We should play Final Fantasy IV, Kane's Thighs. That's definitely on my headcanon docket for future things. You can second the recommendation on the Karlach vid. You're going to watch the rest of the series now. Thank you again for these. You'll keep making the streams as you can. Hey, if you can make them at all, even for the smallest amount, that's important to me. And the fact that you are, you know, one of the few people who have subbed tells me that you appreciate it. So, thank you very much for that, Zycrin. Thanks again. See you Tuesday. See you then, Lazy Cat. Yeah, Final Fantasies. In my mind, I've wanted to go back through them. I used to do yearly playthroughs of RPGs, multiple RPGs. I just don't have the time anymore. But if I can incorporate that into the stream, that'd be fun. And I've kind of put off going back to older Final Fantasies for the sake of potentially this. All right. How about this? Tell me again what it's actually called, Dark Warrior. You like Final Fantasy II, which means you have to argue with people a lot. I like most Final Fantasies, even 2, by Japanese standards, you know, if we're talking the Japan release of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not the original American release, which confused everybody. I think the one that's probably harder to find fans of is 3. Beep beep. I'm looking at it on the side first. Your Windows taskbar has just started opening the program to the left of the icon you click on. Huh? 3 didn't do it for you. 3 didn't do it for a lot of people. You think it was created solely to draw Karlach like that? Alright. Like Final Fantasy on Game Boy Advanced. Yeah, I never rocked the Game Boys. I mean, I had the OG Game Boy as a kid, but it was like, you know, secondhand and almost always broken. Never got the Game Boy Advanced, and I don't know what all they ported to the Game Boy Advanced. You played a ton of 10 Blitzball. Oh, Blitzball. I played it a lot, not because I wanted to. I mean, I did when I first got Wakka's ultimate weapon, but the most I played was to make sure I won in the story mode Blitzball game. Low level run of 3 because late game black belt class gives the most HP. Level up. Low level run burned me out. 7 was the gateway for you all those years ago. Most of them have their own charm. Yeah. You fall off after 7. Got halfway through 8, came back for 13, dropped off again. See, and that's where I'm in the minority, is I like 8. I think people hate on 8 too much. SNES ones will never be topped. I think 7 was when people realized the next generation could be good, you know? But yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. Most people say Final Fantasy 6 is their favorite, or 7. 6 had great pixel art for that generation, but wouldn't know less. Interesting. Seven was in your top 3, yeah. 8 was weird. You could turn off all encounters and the game was easier that way. 6 is your top. Yeah, 6 is often people's top. And 6 was... I like 6. I do. And it had an amazing cast. There were just some choices that went up and down for me. I still think it's great, though. Absolutely one of the great ones. You've lost more hours than you're comfortable tracking between 11 and 14. Yeah, I played a lot of 14. Well, not a lot, but I played a lot of vanilla 14 and a lot of 11. If you're going to play 7, play Kingdom Hearts instead. I disagree. I don't hate Kingdom Hearts, but Final Fantasy is a different beast than the Kingdom Hearts games. And I find the charm of Final Fantasy games far more appealing than Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts 2 is an amazing game, though. Never played 3, so I can't say for 3. But hated The Little Mermaid. God, I wanted to kill myself playing through The Little Mermaid. Tactics was awesome. I'm old. I played 1, but I was too young for it and sucked at it and gave up on it. And then came around the one that was designed for my age, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. And that got me right back into Final Fantasy, and then I went back and played through all of them chronologically. 2 was the best period. Now, are we talking America 2 or Japanese 2? Japanese. You love Tactics? Tactics is great. Musical QuickTime events don't do it for you? No. Disney musical QuickTime events made me want to end everything. Oh, Kingdom Hearts 2. I got you. No, there were some themes in Kingdom Hearts 2 that were great. I hate the corny crap though, and it's always hard for me to look behind me and I'm just like, there's Goofy and Donald. I don't know. It had enough charm that I kept going through it and had fun with it, but it's generally not my cup of tea, that kind of thing. Mystic Quest was your entry too, went from that to 6. Yeah, that's a good jump to do. But yeah, I went back and, I played the American chronological, which at that point was 2 and 3, but really 4 and 6. But then when the PlayStation Origins came out, I went back and played, some of the originals, and eventually played through all of them. Yeah, Tic Tacs was fun, Tactics. Played all Final Fantasies till 12. When 13, 14 came out, you just didn't have the time for RPG and haven't played, and never once since. For the core games, 12 was kind of my last as well. Love 12. Hate some of it. Couldn't get into 13. Still played MMOs, so I did play 14 for the vanilla. Tried 15. Didn't finish it. And just haven't got around to even attempting 16. I don't have a PS5 or any way to play that. Because it's not on PC yet, right? I don't think it is. I don't think so. Which is the weird thing with Square Enix. Oh, PC's coming out in 5 years. Okay. Mentally call them 2 and 3? Yeah. It's always that weird thing with when you played it compared to what it actually is, Japan to English. 15 was fun a little, didn't finish it. Basically, bros the quest the game. That was the thing, is I didn't hate the world and I didn't hate the characters. I just got bored. It's that simple. Is I had fun while I played it, but I did not like the combat. Everyone was like, yay, it's an action RPG now. No, it wasn't. It was, you press this button, then you go hide for a second, then you go press this button, then you go hide for a second. I didn't like the gameplay loop. You wanted more Earthbound, there's some OG. Cool design and visuals, just got bored. Yeah, that's where I was at with it. You didn't like the combat either? For what I've seen, 16 is probably better in that regard, but I haven't watched too much on 16 because I didn't want to spoil it for if I ever do play it. But, which was the Final Fantasy where you could pick classes and the girl... Oh, that was 5. Dark Warrior. With, what's his name? Bartz and... Meant to say 5, yeah. 5 gets a lot of hate too because it was like cartoony and goofy, and it was. It was goofy. X-Death, the bad guy. But it was fun. The class system was great in 5, if you just liked the RPG grind aspect, which my autism definitely leans toward. So I thoroughly enjoy 5 for what it is. Or if you're Japanese, butts, yeah. No, I enjoyed 5 for what it was. The class system was great. Mechanically perfect, yeah. Not the best story. Still fun characters to a degree, but with Ferris and, I forget what the other chick's name was. But, yeah. Not the most compelling story, but great gameplay as far as a JRPG goes. Absolutely. And the whole mimic system, the mime. You just now noticed Kane's thighs in the sunglasses. And what else would Virgil be looking at? The other part is you have a brother who gets... I'm guessing that was supposed to be butthurt. If you get ahead of him in a game. And got him 15, so you never played that one in particular so he could enjoy it. Nice thighs. Have a monster. So what did you think of the vid? I just kind of watched it off the side. I didn't listen to it with audio. I don't find a lot of things like comically funny. So if it's a little animation, I don't want to be like mean to it and because I'll probably break it apart and come across as mean, and then you're like, but I thought it was funny, and I'll just like shit on it. We can watch it though. We can give it a brief little looky. Well, at Dark Warrior's recommendation, we're gonna look at this. We'll see if it's trash or not. We'll see. Blame Dark Warrior if this is trash. I'm probably gonna have to hide myself for the full video, huh? Should we be worried? Probably. I looked at the visuals and they're not, you know, offensive. What they're about to say, I don't know. If I get banned Dark Warrior, I'm never listening to you ever again. Because I just watched it to make sure there was nothing visual. You like the singular high detailed screen? Huh? I guess for this we'll hide you guys, and we'll hide Kane, and we'll hide me. That's not me. This is me. All right, let's take a look at this. That music brings me back.
Hey, can you kill a demon at the bottom of the hill? Okay.
You know what?
Hey, you want to kill?
Great time to pause. I realized the Mario music was still playing in the background, and I was gonna take that down, but I got it. There we go. Take that away. That's the tier list. I'm assuming this is the entire reason we're watching this, so take that in as we now progress.
Kill the guys at the top of the hill? Okay. Did you kill her? Yes. All right. Good job, guys. Really, really good stuff. Here's that sword I promised. Now this really made my day. Wow. Wow, thank you. Wow, I know I can trust you guys with my life. You are. I'm lucky I ever met you. 5 stars. I will recommend you guys to all my friends and It's a Black Friday sale.
So essentially what's being said here is everyone decides to help Karlach because of this. That's the impression I'm getting there. You know, the Mario World music, yeah, that's one I should probably do as a background music sometime, one of these days. I usually have to use Nintendo music because they're not so strict on like uploading it to YouTube. When I upload these VODs to YouTube, Dark Warrior's loving where he paused. Yeah, I'm gonna say Dark Warrior got quiet for a sec there. Funnily enough, you watched a video of them talking about it, and apparently the guy playing the dwarf didn't realize he was playing until a certain scene. Oh. Well, I guess that is as good as a spot to end today as any. Isn't video game music allowed? There's so many videos of people playing video games. It depends, and a lot of that can still get knocked. I haven't received the hammer end of that for most of the things I do. But there is some that even if you're just playing the game, you'll still get knocked. Some people are just more stingy about it than others. If it's exclusively Nintendo owned, they're not as stingy, which is weird because they are with like every other source of people who use Nintendo stuff. But yeah, like old Mario music or Wii music and stuff, they don't come down so hard on that. So, and since I tend to have something in the background, which I don't right now, and see, even right now, it's triggering me, like, to just be sitting here in silence talking to you guys, but effectively to no one, and I'm just like, maybe I just need to make my own background music and play it in the background. But yeah, so we'll be back on next Tuesday for C10, starting at 11:30 PST. We may or may not be real. It's okay. I think we're real. Are we just in a simulation and I'm literally talking to no one and you guys are all AI generated? You know, Dark Warrior, you would be the person who is AI generated. The cake is a lie. Best seat vid. This one, or because you got to see Karlach? So yeah. It's also some... I would like, actually... Not that Stream Chat isn't perfect for trading AI. The audience is AI. I would love to hear your guys' feedback. It doesn't need to be now. If any of you are interested in watching me Beyond Idle Champions, I would love to hear what you would like to see. But yeah, my basic plans as is now is potentially transitioning into some Final Fantasy. And potentially just stupid fun tier lists. I don't even know what. Just stupid fun things to hang out and talk about. Someone just trained AI on Karlach's abs. You'd love Final Fantasy streams. I think it's an okay transition. Maybe even some old RPGs that tie to Idle Champions that are D&D related. Not sure. But we'll see as time goes. Because I do want to, if people will stick around, I would love to do more. So yeah. At any rate, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, next week, will all be dedicated to the remaining seats. And after that, we'll still do Idle Champions content. Probably some more minor tier lists for the fun of it, between maybe speed champions, maybe most hated champions like we were talking about. But for the time being, this is where I'm going to call it. And I appreciate everyone who stopped in today, stuck around. Thank you. You're cool. Have a good one, be safe. You too. You all have good ones, and you all be safe. And you all spam my emotes. Have fun. Have a good day, everyone.